Oh, you like this? Okay, yeah, great. Yeah. So we can even because Yeah. On the
Well, that's the usual way it's all about that getting carried.
Here we go.
Just that's all right. I yeah.
You can just walk up and down.
Okay.
But just thinking if you had another channel. Yeah. Or you got your laptop. No worries. Yes.
I'm sorry. So I was thinking maybe we can have like a short discussion meeting from like how we used to have about it with Lamia today. If you
Yeah. Judging by the turnout, it's going to be pretty quiet anyway.
Yeah. So how about I put you I don't know. What?
And then, remind me of what-
How did you choose the room?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Perhaps we can get started. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, and our distinguished guests. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you to the second day of the 11th Social Business Academia Conference hosted by the UMass Center here at the Asian Institute of Technology. We hope that you are ready for another day of insightful discussions and meaningful connections. In officially getting started for the day, may I please invite Ms. Lamia Morshid, the Executive Director of the UNIS Center in Bangladesh, for her welcome remarks.
So,
This is not for you.
yeah, this is,
For the light.
yeah. So, and Dr. Fayez and I are doing this jointly because this is very much a Unicenter AIT, Unicenter co-production. So my job was just to welcome you back today and to thank you for yesterday. We had a fantastic day. I wanted to express that Professor Yunus was very appreciative of everything yesterday. When we went with him to the airport last night, he was, the last thing he said that it was the most worthwhile. There was a chance that he might not come. We didn't want to tell you this until after the event. There's a chance he might not come at all. So, but he's extremely gratified having come because he was very moved by the level of enthusiasm and excitement around the conference, but also the very specific discussions. He said everyone getting into the nitty-gritty of different aspects of the academia program. He commented on that. He audited a lot of the sessions and was commenting on how deep the discussions are. In his closing comments, of course, he mentioned that it's gone in so many directions and there's so many different streams of things that are happening just within the academia and academia plus practice. So I think we had a fantastic first day. And so today it's hopefully we continue, and because our group is smaller, we hopefully have more deeper and more intensive discussions and recommit to some of these things that we discussed yesterday. So I think just I was just given some information. So yesterday there were 12 paper presentations in parallel, held in parallel. There was one spotlight session focused on the activities of UNIS Thailand that covered a whole range of topics, including the projects that they're undertaking. And we had two plenary sessions, one on the topic of the conference, which was moderated by Professor Yunus, and the other was the updates from the network session. So that was yesterday. And then a lot of the presentations were done online. So we had people coming in from China, France, Italy, Thailand, Malaysia, and Bangladesh online to present their papers. And today we have two plenary sessions, one on social business and academia and one on the activities of Thailand and Malaysia, specifically approaches and action. And then like yesterday, we have two sets of paper presentation sessions again happening in parallel. And I think that's another 18 papers. How many more papers? It's another 12 papers, right? 12 or, yeah, papers that we complete. So that's what we have. So quite a lot of exciting things. I encourage everyone to speak to each other, take advantage of the fact that we're in the same space and make the most of it. Over to you, Dr. Faiz.
Well, again, it was a great day yesterday in a number of ways. First of all, that we were able to have Professor Yunus here amidst the uncertainty, and as we said yesterday, he's in court as we speak. He's headed to court, and we all kind of join in our sort of wishes and prayers and positive energies to send to him. He hope works out in a way that we all expect and hope. About yesterday, I think one thing that we underscored was the absolute necessity of maintaining this very, very intimate link between what we do in the field and how we present it into our academic mainstream. This has been a long-term aim of the movement and Professor Yunus, and we've made, I should say, fairly steady progress towards it. So this 11th iteration of our conference is more specifically themed at the priorities of academic and field experience or practice integration. Some of the papers that you've heard yesterday and the ones that we will have today all also underscore the diversity with which we can approach this integration or this layering of knowledge and practice for conveying or outreach. We also understand that this event is perhaps the only kind of its work that we have at the moment. So until we have more conferences like this, where social business is the focus, where practice and academia need to be able to be looked at with more concrete unison, this is going to be the only forum that assumes this role or mantle of doing what we have planned to do. So it gives us a lot of this event a lot of importance to the way we wish to project our work to the future. And this was also underscored by what we had from Professor Yunus towards the end of his comments, that since universities are part of the problem in the way we construct our knowledge materials and the way we construct our thought processes or help construct thought processes for our students, it's also up to us to figure out how to, project a more clear connection between humane values and business, between success for all, between more happiness and happiness for others. And you probably got all the quotes already. So in today's context, I think some of the things we have in the plenary sessions will ideally focus on this task that we have set for ourselves. Number one, to integrate practice and theory into social business parameters that still need to be more concretely defined. We still run into definitional issues perhaps every morning. We come and somebody shows up with a definition of social enterprise, and I got a laugh out of what Cam said yesterday because the thing in your session yesterday had a definition of social enterprise. I'm sure had Professor Yunus blinking twice. So this kind of thing, it's again our job to try to dissipate some of this uncertainty that sits around our very core definition. And so that when we talk about that, I guess we need to iterate this in our literature, in our writings, in our various outreach materials, that there is a distinction that we need to overcome. Finally, this agenda of this conference has to have some conclusive message as we send it out after today. So please do advert to the theme of the conference as you propose your questions, or as you ask, or as you engage with each other, so that when we leave today, there is a set of perhaps agreements on what kind of research priorities we must be looking at, what kind of research frameworks are ideal for our next steps forwards, and how we can create mechanisms to project this. So I'm very happy to also remind everyone that the Al-Bukhari Social Business Journal has very, perfect timing if it were accepted by Professor Yunus as our initial well, mouthpiece, if you may. So all the materials and all the papers and all the findings, research that we bring to this conference will go through the process of review and finalization, and hopefully make their way into the next journal's edition. And we hope to see the Al-Bukhari Journal become more authoritative, more credible, and that basically depends on the quality of the research we bring into it. So with that kind of context from yesterday, today's, as Islami has just said, we have an agenda. We need to cover that. And I think this more intimate setting with fewer of us gives us more time to, have more in-depth, more engaged, and perhaps more intensive appraisal of where we want to take this, the outcomes of this conference. So with that, welcome again this morning, and I know people will start trickling in. People have had a long day yesterday, but we'll try to keep to schedule, and so that we can leave you some time in the afternoon to get out and actually get some quality time in Bangkok as well. So thank you and welcome, and let's begin.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lamia Morshid and Professor Faiz Shah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us begin with the first plenary session for the day. This session explores social business academia in the context of Thailand and Malaysia. The moderator for this session will be Professor Faiz Shah. And joining Professor Shah on stage are speakers Dr. Borden Rassam Mithis, Mr. Spain Jing Gao Jai, Mr. Callum Mackenzie, Dr. Stephen Homer, and Dr. Song Kwok Ong. Please join me in welcoming them on stage.
Well, this is everyday business attire for us at Yunus Center. So the only concession I've made is I've worn socks and formalize this. We'll keep it informal. You know. Yes, thanks. So this session basically is about trying to pull out certain themes from the work we are already doing in Malaysia and Thailand. And it doesn't at all mean that this is the only discussion we're having, but this is just the contextual, you might say, the fabric of the discussion. And the idea is that by explaining what we are doing in prioritizing areas for our research, in how we are approaching that through our existing research approaches and frameworks, and how we are integrating it into our study and education systems, is just a way to get or elicit more feedback into how we might make it better, cover any gaps, or fill this very important void, which somehow continues to persist between what we do in the field, amazing work, and how we present it as academic material, right? So none of these gentlemen here need any introduction because we're all familiar with each other, and we all know that where we come from. So I'm going to dispense these very long introductions. We met yesterday, and go straight into this discussion. Now, if you look at, can we just change this guy? We get another person up. Yeah, this is better. So if you look at the universities that are represented here, we've got Kasset Sach University, we've got Payap University, we've got Yunus Thailand, and we've got Sunway University and Inti University. That's a kind of a balance. And each of these universities are unique in their mandates and the way they approach their mission. So my first question in a quick round would be for each of our guests to give like a elevator pitch on the university itself and your in your own connection with social business, and in Callum's case, your connection with education. Everybody, I hope, has a mic in front of them. Please go ahead and just, or I could just. Oh.
Okay, good morning. My name is Song. I'm representing INTI. I'm actually the head for INTI Center self. We launched or we started in 2019. And when we started in 2019, we remember our first project itself, which was working together with the Department of Social Welfare, Malaysia. We assisted 8 young ladies who were being abandoned by the family. They were all below 18 years old. So they didn't get proper education. They don't get a lot of support. What we did was we got another company called Mary Kay. And Mary Kay, together with INTI, we trained these young girls, 8 of them, to become beauty consultants. Okay? And the idea is, because Mary Kay said that, okay, to become beauty consultant, you need to spend money as well. So INTI said, the money part will come out with it. So we gave 500, buy the whole set. Mary Kay did the training. So the girls, after they have become, well, beauty consultants now, they asked, should we return back that money? And we told them, you keep that money, but we'll advise you to pass that money to the next group. Because Mary Kay will always do these trainings and they will suggest who will be the next person. So that was our first ever project. But the beauty thing was that from that onwards, we worked very closely with the Department of Social Welfare. And when 2020 came about, due to the lockdown, a lot of the, we call it the B40 group, the below 40%. They are the poor communities in Malaysia. They lost a lot of jobs. And in 2021, the director came back and asked, what can we do? We had a lot of brainstorming with them, and we ended up having 3 workshops. They call all those within Negeri Sembilan area, the state, together at INTI, and conducted a lot of workshops for them. I remember was 3 in 2021. 2022, we conducted another 3 more. 2023, we conducted twice, and one of it was just between the department and us, because we want to brainstorm whether it works or not. And of course, out of all those who participated, we conducted quite a lot of workshops like TikToks, marketing, accounting, and for the department, they also gave money for them to restart back the business again. Of course, not all of them succeeded, but last year, we invited 3 of them over to INTI to display their products. It was during one of our social business conference. So they came, okay? And we were very proud because one of them even told me that a month they can earn around more than 15,000 ringgit, which was earlier they have no money at all to survive. They were begging, and suddenly now they have 15,000 with them. They can hire people around them to help them out. And they were actually displaying their products there. And some of the students also bought their products, okay? And they were very happy about it. So on one hand, we were a bit sad because we couldn't change everyone. But when we saw that 3 or 4 of them really succeeded, that feeling changed. We can't explain it because it cannot replace with monetary. That is something very, very unique. We are very, very happy about that part. But one thing we realized is that there's a lot of collaboration needed. We collaborate with the NGOs. We need to collaborate with the government. We collaborate with universities, other universities. We work very closely with AIU as well, and also with the local universities. And it's very important. the collaboration is very, very important. As a matter of fact, yesterday, after discussing with our Vice Chancellor, we wish to invite academics from the social network itself to come to Malaysia under the Visiting Scholar Program. We do have Visiting Scholar Program. Okay. In 2022, we invited Dr. Nisha over to INTI, okay, to meet up with other social researchers. Last year, we invited Dr. Jonas over, okay, and this year we decided to have more from the especially from the itself. But we're going to expand this. We had our group actually within Malaysia, and we were saying that why not? India is willing to take the lead. Actually, we bring them in, and then we will share. So maybe 2 days with Inti. Tomorrow I'll send over to Al-Bukhari, and Al-Bukhari will show them around, have a lot of discussion, because we believe it cannot be just hold in one university. It should be shared. Knowledge should be shared among us. And that's the only way whereby we as academic can actually grow as well, right? So that's our belief. Thank you.
That's great. Actually, there are two immediate sort of lessons from this that which you identified. One is the importance of highlighting case studies, because every one of us has stories that are very meaningful and that have the potential of being scaled into something much more impactful. And the second thing is this ability to reach out and help each other build that capacity. And also, we learn as we go. Not only as students learn, we learn from it. So thanks for that. Allow me to move on to Ajahn Bodine. And so the same question, how does CassetteSat take what it does in the field and convert that into our own, educational mission?
Okay, let me start out like this. I'm not going to go into the details of the project, what we do, but we just run about structure of how we work together. As you know that the first UNUS in Thailand is here at AIT. Second one is in CassetteSat University. We have it for over 10 years now, I think. The thing is that, okay, if you look closely, we have to understand first in Thailand, for those of you who are not here in Thailand, CassetteSat is public university, and public university has the luxury of working together with the government, okay, because we are civil servant. So government usually give us a lot of research project or a lot of grant to do something. Okay, and then Kasset means agriculture. So we are agricultural science university as a starting out. So it just happened that, all the rural problem or the, bottom of the pyramid relate to agriculture people. So we have been doing that with having UNUS concept, social business coming in, it fit quite well with us. So Advantage is basically preaching the idea of social business here at AIT. We are the sort of like implementing agency. It's an impact-driven type of university. That's what we are basically doing. So with that structure in mind, we work together hand in hand, and now they have a UNUS Thailand as a big umbrella to cover it up. So then you have Payap, you have other university coming in, maybe you have Siam coming in or Chulalongkorn coming in, NIDA coming in. So become a big umbrella that working together, because every are good and unique in their own ways. This is structure-wise in how Thailand are working together. Okay. Second, when the UNUS involvement, okay, I have a luxury. Another thing is that because we are in public university, I have another hat as a permanent deputy permanent secretary of Southern Border Administrative Office, which is ministry, and that control the 5 southern border of Thailand. So in that sense, because of that, we can create a lot of projects together working. We become as a bridge. Okay, we use university in Thailand as a bridge. Maybe this is different from Malaysia or different from elsewhere, but in Thailand, this is a bridge because I, as a civil servant, I can transfer and I become the deputy permanent secretary in somewhere else. I have been taking the post for 4.5 years. My term just actually my term is not end yet, but I left because I ran for the president of CassetteSat University, so I left the post. But the thing is that if we want this thing to work, university have to work with each other. It's not competing. Okay, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. You have to work with, because like Chulalongkorn right here, they are thinking of setting up Yunus Center. Chulalongkorn, have a lot of strength in many ways. Okay, and the new president, I know him well too, because he's business school too. So I'm from business school. So Yunus Center here in Thailand, in Kasetsat, is in business school. Why is business school? Because everything come back to business school. It's at the end of the pipeline. And then what we have is Kasetsat. I'm talking about the big picture first. Let's say, for example, all the rice and everything that you consume here in Thailand is a product of Kasetsat University. Okay, you call it KU1, KU3, all the corn, everything KU. So when we go, we are not only go as a helping to solve the problem, we bring technology to help and solve the problem. That's the upper hand. That's what we have. Okay, so that's for the beginning, for the first round. I just give you the glimpse idea of in terms of policy level of what we are doing in the social business. Okay, thank you.
Exactly. And of course, we all understand, those of us particularly who live in Thailand, is that the kind of powerhouse KU is in the way that we sort of approach food systems and agri systems in this country. So again, one of the examples that I can throw back is that when Yunus Thailand was designing their seaweed project, in initial design meetings, Kasetsat was a very important partner. So there are examples where we are collaborating and where we are building our cross competencies into actual, impactful work. But I want to jump now to Callum, and because now, since you've moved from AIT to being the boss of Yunus Thailand, we want to find out from the other side of the story. How does project work? How does working with corporates? How does reaching out as an independent foundation and acquiring a lot of the grassroots know-how, capacity, a sense of what's going on, convert into education, and what we might do to boost that research and education?
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for having me. And I guess some people might be wondering, what are we doing on what's Yunus Thailand doing on the academia panel and talking about this topic? But hopefully that will become apparent as I kind of explain a little bit more about us as an organization and what we do. So I think the first distinction is that we're not a university, so we're legally registered as a non-profit foundation, but really, we operate like a social business. So we had a $5,000 loan to start up with. We're financially self-sustaining. So we have this kind of entrepreneurial operating model, but which is facilitated through partnerships. In terms of kind of us as an organization, really our mission is to kind of increase the number of sustainable and impactful social businesses in Thailand and in the region as well. And buying into this big vision of, what can a new kind of social business driven capitalism look like in Thailand and in ASEAN for a world of 3 zeros. And in terms of kind of how we do this and what we do, you can kind of put our work into these four buckets. So the first one is, how can we engage and educate people in social business? So here we have a number of different flagship programs, the biggest one being Waste Hero, which you may have heard about yesterday as well. So we developed these educational packages from kindergarten all the way up to university and startup level on zero waste, recycling, and the circular economy. And in terms of collaboration here, so in the creation of this process, I believe around 10 YSBCs around the world were involved in helping us create these educational materials. And now we're working very closely with the Yunus Center globally, also 3-0 clubs, to disseminate them as well. So they're in use now in around 150 countries, reached about 500,000 students, but all from a Thai starting point, but with global applicability. So this is kind of an example of our education stuff. We've also got, we're supporting kind of practical field-based education with the Yunus Professional Masters at AIT. We've also taught some classes at the business school with Kasetsat as well. So we really try and facilitate this partnership on education and content as well. And we launched yesterday the waste fiction competition as well. So we'll be reaching out very soon to everybody to kind of get involved and be part of this as well. So that's the first pillar. The second pillar is really how can we support entrepreneurs and really kind of be that enabling and empowering mechanism as well, both non-financially and financially. So in November, we were running workshops with PIAP University in Chiang Mai, really helping young entrepreneurs become social business entrepreneurs with capacity building, and then also with some small seed grants. And now we're also really working to replicate Grameen Bank here and Grameen Microfinance and the Nobbin program here in Thailand as well, with key partners as well with at PIAP and also in the whole network as well. So I think this is the second pillar in terms of supporting entrepreneurs. The third pillar is then how can we actually develop social business as well and have Yunus Thailand graduate into almost like a holding entity with social business subsidiaries below. So Dr. Faiz mentioned here our work on seaweed and seaweed social business. So we identified seaweed as this fantastic opportunity for community empowerment and women entrepreneurship really at the grassroots level, whilst also contributing to food security and climate action. So here we've been working with Kasetsat University on the innovation and to develop the cultivation model. But now we're also working with Albuquerque University and also Negros Women's for Tomorrow Foundation in the Philippines to now regionally scale the work that we've been doing here as well. And we're really open to more partnerships as well. And then in the fourth pillar is really how can we contribute towards practical thought leadership through social business research, events, policy dialogues as well. So a good example here is we developed a social business guide for HIV screening, which we did with Chiang Mai University, which we're hoping to also bring more and more into the social business fold. And then now we're also launching a new project with the YSBC at NIDA, as well as the Thailand Institute of Justice on the kind of catalyzing an ecosystem for justice innovation in Southeast Asia and social business models for access to justice as well, which I hope you appreciate the irony of this project as well, but it's the very important, very important project. So you can kind of see we have this practitioner approach to social business, but it's facilitated by academic partnerships and these practitioner academic kind of win-wins that we can facilitate. Academics produce research off the work we're doing as well. A number of papers have been published off our projects. And I'm sure I could bang on for much more with other projects, but just to give you a bit of an idea of what we're up to and why we're on this panel.
Excellent. Thank you, Callum. So the thing that pops out of this, one thing that maybe I want to highlight, which wasn't emphasized perhaps as clearly yesterday and today, is the leveraging power of partnerships. Now, in this particular case, we could have done all these projects in an experimental setting within a university project and done excellent work, got perfect data to publish, etc. But the impact comes when you build a partnership model that beyond the reach of immediate universities. And so this is a great example, and I'm sure there are other examples as we move through this conversation and we move to you, where you can see the power of partnerships. And then there are two kinds of partnerships that we also, that Callum adverted to. One is innovation partnerships, where it doesn't really need to go out there, but it needs to perfect a certain model or a service or a product to a point where it can be scaled. Now, those innovations are internal and they are mostly through peers, and they needn't be widespread. One or two critical innovative partners will do the job. But the second kind of partnerships are outreach partnerships, and that is where reaching out, building partnerships or linkages, or identifying synergies becomes very important. So universities are famously inadequate in doing that because we look upon ourselves as the bee's knees of everything, and we hold to our knowledge tightly because if somebody else finds out before we've published it, breaks loose, etc., etc. So we are by DNA designed to be protective of what we do. This is the exact opposite because we need to throw out the ideas so that people will build on them and let wait, and then maybe we can all benefit at a more cumulative level. So these are things that probably didn't come out as perhaps explicitly in Callum's thing, but these are the ones that I picked up and I wanted to share with you in a little bit more unpackable way. Moving on to PIAP University, and Spain is the chairman of the board of PIAP University, and without sounding too congratulatory, I think we've been in discussions with PIAP, we've done workshops with them, we've worked with them over the last almost a decade. But since Spain's joined the board or led the board, we are getting more closer to defining a more social business driven program identity for PIAP. So I'd like to hear from Spain how you see the nexus between the practical and the academic and what PIAP is doing with.
Well, my name is Spain Jin Khao Chai. I am the chairman of the board of PIAP University. It's the 50 years old private university up in Chiang Mai. I think what you are going to hear from me is going to be quite a bit different in many dimensions. I am probably the least qualified academic credential to be sitting up here because I'm not from the academic world. The topic I'm going to talk about at this session, it's going to be about the promise and the conversion. About 6 months ago, I got a letter from Mr. Colum and Dr. Faiz inviting me to meet Professor Yunus. 6 months ago, I had no idea what social enterprise or social business is. I used to be working with GE Capital in New York City for 16 years, going around the world taking over banks. I'm a truly capitalist, no interest about anything social except money and my bank. So when Colum keeps sending me letters and Dr. Faiz keeps sending me letter 6 months ago, I told my wife, I said, okay, I'm going to go. I think this is going to be a Cambodia call center scheme. And if I don't come home that afternoon, she need to go to the police station and file a missing person report. I'm serious. I know you're laughing, but I'm serious. So the first thing, I was there at NIDA, and I felt so lost. I didn't belong to that convention at all. Why do you want to have a capitalist like me sitting there? And Colum was kind enough to keep calling me. So at that time, I know that NIDA has a relationship and connection with Cambodia call center. So after the meeting, a week, I got to meet Professor Yunus in private, and you there, Namita. So I told him this story and he was laughing so hard. I read his book when I was in college in Washington State 30 years ago. And I somehow managed to remember a lot of things he wrote in that book. And so I asked him, why the heck am I here? So we talked a lot about things. I was telling him about banks that I took over. So we basically had nothing in common. But at the end of the conversation, I think there's some BBC press waiting outside. And you trying to keep it short, even almost 1 hour. And by the time we got up, I asked him one question. I said, by the way, I have nothing to do about social enterprise, social business. By the way, can you do me a favor? He said, what? Can you give me the blessing like Don Corleone in Godfather movie? Just give me the blessing. I said, I want to set up a Grameen Thailand Bank for the Poor in Thailand because I'm a banker.
I know how to take over a bank. And I will make it a social business. I think he paused for like 20 seconds and he told everybody in that room and said, let him do it. So I got that mandate. The next day, the press come out, everything, the government called me, everything, blah, 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 thing, how much money you have and stuff like that. I have nothing, just the ideas. So I'm here today. Well, yesterday I met him again. So I told him that I kept the promise. So I have to leave all my capital world, becoming a social enterprise, social business, trying to learn from Dr. Budi and everybody that what that is. And today, you're not going to hear only about Payap University. You're going to hear about converting, starting with my life, starting with the lending platform that we have from the Bank of Thailand, that we're thinking about not starting anything. We will converting the existing business into the social enterprise. I got to go back and talk to the shareholders and said no more dividend. That will be quite challenging. We are going to do a lot with accessibility and affordability. Detail will come later. But it will be about education. It will be about finance, and it will be about employment. But like I said again, I'm sorry that if you are expecting me to give you a research paper or anything, I have nothing today. But I have team, I have a system. I think we got the money. I think we got the company. I think we got the people. I think we got the license. I think we got the blessing from the Godfather. I think we got the blessing from the government. And all we need to do is just connecting. And you will hear detail, you will hear some names later on in terms of project that we're doing. I think that's my introduction.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. The only problem with the story is that there's a dead horse involved in the bed as well, right? So if the blessing is reversed, the dead horse appears in your bed in the morning. So we have to be very careful when we take on the mantle of, like running a Grameen structure or application. The road to this has been littered by all kinds of very, very hairy stories. And as you already know from Professor Yunus, that he's very, very careful with how he cultivates his Grameen image. It's a lifetime's work for him, and it's the only thing he's done. And so we're greatly sort of optimistic, of course, that what you are doing will succeed, and we will have in Thailand something that is true to the image of the founder, but also more attuned to the ethos of Thailand and Thailand's own values. So that's great. But one thing that comes out of this story is that there is no such thing as a lifelong capitalist or a lifelong social business person. Things move people, things change people. Kunspin and I have had some very interesting chats because we both have a connection to Wharton. And the Wharton is the temple to financial or to capitalism and so on. So, but both of us are also convinced that social business is not a replacement to capitalism. It is a parallel stream. It's like having a hot water and a cold water tap in the same cooler. It's up to you. If you want to have coffee, you press the hot button. If you want to drink cold water, you press the cold one. So the water is the same. What you make out of it is different. So assuming the cold water or the hot water is social business, and the other tap is pure capitalism, as you call it, they're both coexisting in the same world. One does not replace the other because the uses for that, the rationale for that is different. So this is one lesson, and maybe this is a bit of a digression. Please forgive us because we've had these great conversations. But this is also at the nub of the conversation. How do we make this connection or parallel universe visible to our students? How does our student base understand that there are people who do capitalism, whose way of life is different to what Professor Yunus is talking to us, but they're both valid and both relevant in their own contexts. And if you take them too far beyond that, the same context becomes pernicious. It becomes hurtful and harmful. But those are things that our education mandate, as we speak now, need to fill. And so with that, I'm going to jump over to Stephen and also maybe trying to pull back some of this conversation to our original question, which is how are we doing in Sunway, and what is happening to build deeper and more closer cogent connections between what we teach and what we research, and how do you
Okay, so for me, I'm probably the new face here. So I only took over Eunice Business Centre at some way beginning of this year. So I think we started in 2018, and actually it was our education group registrar who drove that forward. And then COVID happened and all chaos and things sort of stalled a bit. So the beginning of this year, Sunway Senate decided that we'd send it to the business school and have it more proactive. So I've been positioned there now. We'll be hiring a couple of extra staff, so we have a focused team on Eunice Social Business Centre. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with Sunway, it's very, very big on the sustainability front. So we're actually hosting the Times Higher Education Asian Summit for universities next month. We've actually entered into the rankings for that. What most people know Sunway for is we have a theme park and a massive shopping mall right next door. So our students are somewhat disengaged, which is where my interest comes from. So I've been teaching business ethics, which is a government mandatory subject for 5 years. And the engagement levels drop and drop and drop. People are very happy when we had COVID because we just recorded it. The day before the exam, they watched the recordings. They paid no attention. So we're at the beginning of our journey at the business school. So effectively, we've hit the reset button. And much of my interest comes from the actual education itself. So we're coming right back to what you wanted to hear about. So my research, much of it is on the bottom-up approach. Go out to the stakeholders, the individuals, what do you think? Which is highly relevant in Malaysia because it's a very top-down approach. In fact, if you know your Hofstede's cultural values, Malaysia is 100. It's the highest in the world for power distance. People just nod and agree, do what the boss says. Which in a classroom where you try to develop critical thinking, try to look for solutions to sustainability problems, where there is no quick answer, no yes, no, it's very, very difficult. So what we've been doing at the moment, we're sort of built on the outside, but we're trying to build the foundations. So last year, or end of the year before, we signed up to Principles Responsible Management Education, the UN Global Compact Initiative. So we've been doing the base work for that. I've been mapping our curriculum for our 11 undergrad programs to the SDGs. And we quite quickly noticed what we're missing is responsible consumption and production. So the core of the social business is actually something we're quite badly missing in. And this is when we just changed over to the new curriculum framework. We're heading in the right direction. We mapped the old curriculum to the new curriculum. We are gaining more sustainability throughout the programs, but that key aspect of being responsible is missing. We also followed this up with a PRME survey. So we put it out to all our students. We had about 550 responded, and then we baselined it against the global data. And again, we found there's an orientation towards the economic. Our students are here to learn how to make money. And this is reflected in the classes because my business ethics, they don't understand why are they there to learn this. We come to business school to make money. So we've also started now doing some more bottom-up work in research to understand our students. How do they want to learn? What do they think is important? What's going to make it engaging? So we've got 3 research projects ongoing at the moment. One on education for sustainable development. One, like Prof. Eunice highlighted yesterday, we've got one on AI in education. And then we've got another one on entrepreneurial education. So we've tried to cover all the bases. So this has led to our Eunice Centre taking more of a, we've got 2 main areas we look at, the PRME, the responsible management. How do we make our students think responsible from the very beginning? How can we ingrain it into the education throughout the curriculum? And then we also have the entrepreneurial side of things, which we're working with our partners in Lancaster University, UK. We're actually launching an entrepreneurial, they call it a global entrepreneur in residence scheme now. So our partners started this. They have full-time entrepreneurs they bring onto campus to engage with the students. And we're now working with them to do a series of webinars, which I'll happily share once we finalise all details. But we're looking for different universities around the world to come together at a single time and have different perspectives on the same entrepreneurial topics talk together. We're going to record it, we're going to share it, so these resources are available to students to really bring that global perspective. Because the core reason I'm actually in Malaysia is because all the textbooks, everything's westernized. There's so little actually to engage the Asian cultures and the vastness of it. Everyone says, oh, yeah, it's Asian. Well, about a third of the planet is within Asia. All the population, they really need to consider what's unique to that. And this is why I'm really, really enthusiastic about starting the foundations with the education and then building it up. And then hopefully, as our graduates go out, we can have more and more social business. And if you wonder why I personally have so much interest in this education side, is because my father got kicked out of school when he was 14 because he was such a troublemaker. They said we can't teach him anything. So even in the Western world, he was kicked out at 14, out to work. And I've done various jobs before I became an academic. So I've been a commercial fisherman. So you're out there risking your life for probably less than minimum wage and really stormy weather just to catch some fish. And I've worked at a supermarket as a supermarket manager, which we've had people break down, management crying, because they have friends who struggle to feed their kids and we're writing off food, throwing it away just because there's no room in the freezer or, oh, it's out of season. Very, very wasteful sort of environment I've worked in. So this is what really drives us. So this year at Sunway, we're going to focus on the education and then hopefully progress it from there. So we've hit the reset button and we're taking a different perspective. We're going from the bottom and then we're coming up, and hopefully our students can then go out into the world and be responsible, build these social businesses that we want.
This is, you know, for a facilitator, this is actually the nightmare scenario we all want to avoid. Is such diversity, such depth, and all so different levels of perspective that, you know, I hope it's 10:15 very quickly and I don't have to go any further into this. But what I hear Stephen you saying is important. It's the value-based foundation of education. And a lot of times when we focus on technical aspects or skilling aspects of what we teach in class, the easiest casualty, the easiest thing to sort of fall behind is this embedding of values. And I think that's something that's what I hear from you. One thing that I always teach or say in my classes is that in its pristine form, all business is social business. What we've done to that is what we call business now. So actually, it's a shifting of terminologies. Real business has to be social business if it has to be a pillar of social development. So what we are now trying to grapple with is a definition that sits on the wrong term or on the wrong practice. And unlearning that is a major challenge. So maybe that's something we need to take back with us and say, how do we get our kids who we're teaching to be competitive business people whose profit is their primary, direction? How do we get them to also understand that this is still possible with a good, solid value system? Simon Zadek calls it responsible competitiveness, by not breaking the rules, not creaming other people's opportunities, not really sabotaging other people's products. You can still make money. You can't make perhaps exorbitant amounts of money, but you can still make a decent amount of money. Your example is classic because it talks about women who were unemployed now making 15,000 ringgit, which is what? A lecturer's salary in Malaysia. Guys with PhDs make 15,000 ringgit. And these women are doing that. So that means there is potential. But they're not making 50,000 ringgit, which they could probably make by doing other nefarious stuff. So there is stuff that we can teach through this value-based education, through giving examples of where good business is actually still more profitable than like mundane jobs and so on. So I think I picked up, it's not the only stuff I picked up, but in the context of our discussion, 5 more minutes to go. And so I don't know if we can do a quick round of summarizing this. I've tried to summarize each as we went through, but the three challenges that perhaps we face. One, again, is the persistent challenge of how to connect practice with solving it. But some of the examples that we have had from this panel show that it can be done. For instance, when Callum says that we build links to practice, links for practice and academia to work together, it can be done. What Stephen, you're saying is embedding them in branded, standardized educational frameworks is another way. Because if everybody's on PRME, they're teaching responsible management education, you can at least tell where they're going, where they're at, and how they're compared to each other. We go to what Spain is saying, that you have to break basically stereotypes. What you want to do is approach it in your own unique way, but at the same time remain wedded to helping or building humane values. What Ajahn Bodin is saying is that technical prowess, access to technology and innovation is fundamental to research and to universities. But how do they get linked to real life or real life situations is by embedding that technology, that skilling to the grassroots, to people's problems, to people's livelihoods, to people's day-to-day living. And of course, Dr. Song, what you're saying is that what small examples teach us need to be built to scale so that our 8 women can become 8 million women like it became in Grameen or so on. So I don't know if this is a very well joined outcome to this conversation, but I hope the message is loud and clear. The 3 things we talk are linking research and education, linking or building on real life experience and the life issues of people, and finally building a strong value system that drives our education ethos. I don't know. That's what I was able to get out, and it's 10:15, and I promised you we won't go over. So using my mace as my right to this meeting, I want to say thank you very much, everyone. If you've got any thoughts, if you've got any questions, with the permission of the audience, we can maybe take a couple of questions, go over a few minutes. Is that okay? We have been allowed. Okay, so great. So we've got this wonderful batch of really committed, experienced professionals. So we've got a couple of questions to throw back at them. Please, over to you. Yes, please. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you.
You can ask to everybody, or you can ask specific questions as well.
Let me introduce myself a little bit. This is Sharif Akam from North South University, Bangladesh, and it is for Mr. Spain Jingtao Jai. Well, I teach finance, and I was reading Dr. Yunus's book, and also the thing he discussed there about getting money for social businesses. He has talked about social business mutual fund, and I have been thinking about that. Can we do that and sort of keep it open for the whole world? And something in the line of SPVs, I guess. One particular problem I have is there's a need for transition probably at some point when the initial contributors' money will be returned. Who is accountable after that? I guess the mutual fund and an SPV probably can solve that. Would like to get your opinion on that. Thank you.
I'd like to share the real story. Last night, there was a big news in Thailand about a 10-year-old girl who lived with her grandmother. The mother left her since she was born. The story was that she's been eating rice with banana, and her house is next to the temple in Kamangpet, and happened to be my hometown. That's what's been happening in her life, 10 years old, right? Somehow the story got spreaded, and it took 3 days before she got $50,000 in her bank account from people all over Thailand. $50,000. So if you are talking about no money, I'm not sure that's true, But like I said again, from my humble origin, I'm not the academics, but to me, it's not the money, it's not the story, it's the trust, worthiness of that whole package. Are you trustworthy? Can I trust you? And excuse my language, but it go back to not about numbers. It's go back to the branding, the business. Understand about branding, marketing. Are we doing that for social enterprise? You are doing good for the good of the people. And I complained it to Dr. Yunus yesterday. I said, I never know that helping people was so hard. But you are competing with the real world. You're giving us wooden gun to fight in Ukraine. I mean, there's no way I can win that war. You got to be able to equip with the discipline from business school, your research, your connection, your cooperation, your best practice sharing, and everything you try to do here. It doesn't matter because the final end is always helping people. But maybe I'm from a different world, so I can do things differently with my naive or whatever. We have about close to 500 million US dollars village fund money idle sitting in the saving account, earning about 0.3% interest. Nothing. Intention from the government is lending to their village, but there's nobody want to take accountability or responsibility. And you're talking to me about no money. There's money. How you can get that? Well, I don't rob the bank. I buy the bank, but I don't rob the bank. So I think there are many constructive way. Let me put it in the next 20 seconds. We have to reform the whole business school at Payap University. We change the whole thing. We might have to kick out some people. We just change the whole thing because eventually it's business. Eventually it's university. And then we connect with maybe Dusit Thani group, setting up a new version of nursing program for the aging society. We hook up with Channel 7, one of the biggest TV channel, to get the music and performing art school. We are setting up the free online English program for kids around the country. It has to be free, but it's not free in terms of operating it. We got to find the money. The money should not be responsible from the kid. It's for us, And like I said again, it's your own creative way. It's coming back to your own branding. It's coming back to the trust. Do they trust you? We give that girl 50,000 US dollars in 3 days. One little girl. Because we didn't want to see her eating banana and rice. True story. Go check it on newspaper today. People, well, I'm speaking on behalf of Thai people. Thai people are very nice and kind-hearted, and they want to help. But there's no trust in the society anymore. And it's one of the issues I try to leave it here is that besides having one of the best research brains in this room, know-how, process, procedure, theory, you have to do a lot for the branding. You have to do a lot for the trust. If they trust you, they will go to dance in the burning house with you. If they trust you. I think maybe we don't emphasize on that. I'm not sure. But what I'm trying to do here is that we have to create a trust. But like Professor Faiz said, my job is just not thinking anything new, My job is just connecting. I'm going to go to Kasesat. The first time I met him, I'm just connecting. And I hope that my profile can make people understand that we are trying to do good things. But that's not enough. You still have to do the branding. You still have to do the trust. You have to do the mutual fund. You still have to do the holding structure. You still have to do the listing. It's all business. It's all business. And we all have to make money. Sorry, from the capitalist point of view, it's not how much money you make. It's not making money. It's what you're going to do with that money. Are you going to have a New York in Dhaka? Or are you going to have a big mansion? Or are you going to do for the poor? For the lady, the beauty advisor in Malaysia.
Yeah,
I hope I answer your question.
Yeah, well, trust is at the fundamental, at the basis of social business. The whole idea of Grameen is around social capital, social investment, social. It's all about trust. So I think we all understand the value of that, and of course, one of the things that business has begun to understand is that trust is important to continue or sustain the business. That's why greenwashing exists. That's why so many other stuff comes out which pretends to be trust but is not. But from a mutual funds point of view, Professor, I think the reason we do mutual funds is because it's a replacement for individual trust. When you buy securities by using people's contributions, and then that mechanism, that vehicle, that fund is the substitute, right, for individual lack of trust. So I think it's a solid mechanism. And because it is regulated now to a point where very little can go wrong, people use that regulatory trust as a substitute for individual trust. What social business does is liberate itself from the strictures of regulated trust building and relies on the human capacity to trust each other through bonding and through human relationships. Now, this was happening forever. We all trusted each other, friends, family. What Grameen was able to do is to expand that level of trust to 8 million, 10 million, 20 million people. I think that's what the real answer sits on. That the mutual fund is just a reflection or just an indicator of a mechanism that is a substitute mechanism for trust building. If you can find other, more engaging, more human ways to do it, why not? And that's probably one way to answer.
Let me ask you one thing quickly. Trust, from my point of view, I'm more than 50 years old now, and I'm not that generation. But trust, from my point of view, is that these people are 5G generation. Trust can be measured these days. Trust can be increased this day through this 5G. Believe me, the AI, ChatGPT, this thing, it didn't exist when we growing up. But like I said again, we cannot complain that we cannot build trust easy. It's much easier this day now to build trust and to get rid of it and to damage it, to destroy it, likewise. But much easier. And that's why I feel like I'm not going to touch with the technology for this social fight, but believe me, it's much easier now.
We have time for one more question. Yes.
Hi, Faiz. It's a great opportunity to talk to 5 senior people from universities. Something which was bothering me a bit with regard to the whole movement of 3 zeros and social business. So that's the context. So, like people say that, what gets measured, get fixed, right? So when we're talking about business and social business, now that we have got a definition of social business, you're creating curriculum out of it. Our younger generation now has a framework to study and imbibe it. Historically, that was missing. And that's why I think what Professor Yunus did, bringing structure to social enterprise, is making all the difference. Now, the point that I wanted to ask all of you, or whoever wants to answer, is how do we bring environment protection in our curriculum? Because what I see, for example, Colombo, is stuff which is a bit, small initiatives. But it needs to be embedded somewhere in the curriculum so that the students at the young age itself starts thinking in a more structured manner. Any thoughts?
I'm going to just request Stephen or Dr. Homer to first take this because he works on PRME principles, and that very strong connection to what you're saying. Go ahead, and then we can go around and take other comments.
So from my opinion, as I was saying previously, first thing we did, ask the students. What do they think? How do they want to learn about it, most importantly? And instantly they've turned around and said, no boring lectures. We want hands-on things. We want things that we can actually go touch it, understand it. And from some way perspective, we're just on the outside of KL. So it's concrete. There's very little wildlife. So the students don't relate to it. So this was one of the key things that came up. And they even, like you were just saying about the 5G era, sort of things like this, VR, things like this, where they can actually experience it without having to leave the classroom. But it's actually quite interesting when you ask the students. Some of the things you can relate to, it's in the literature. There's always some very abstract things that you think that's a really, really good idea. So this is where most of my research actually comes from the bottom up. It's go out, engage the stakeholders, and how do you want to learn about it? What's going to make them actually engage with you in the classroom? So generally as academics, we get pushed towards the case studies. But like I said, the whole reason I moved to Malaysia is the whole textbook's westernized. Most of them can't relate to many of the experiences. So the first thing I'd say, yeah, just go ask the students, what do you want to learn about? Why is it important to you? How do you want to learn it?
Yeah. And I think the question was also about how to do it at a larger, a reasonably larger scale as well, if I understood correctly, please, Richard. So I think on our side, we've done basically two approaches around this. So we've created these educational materials for zero waste, and which can basically be used by any teacher in their classrooms, including having activities for students to use as well, and teacher scripts as well. And this is from kindergarten up to university and startup level, and available in, I think, 15 different languages. So this is got in front of around 500,000 students around the world, these materials. So that was one thing that we've tried to do, is make these kind of very, very accessible, easy to use materials that teachers can just pick up, they can adapt to their contexts, etc. But then the other side is also teacher training as well, or university training. So we're just kind of working on now to train around 6,000 teachers in Southeast Asia on zero waste topics as well, with the education body underneath the ASEAN Secretariat. So we're also working on this kind of capacity building level as well, to basically build activity focused environmental education aspects as well, and how social business comes into this. But I also want to make a bit of a point as well, because I think Professor Yunus has all these fantastic quotes that everybody remembers, but the one that always sticks with me, and you know, if you don't have your morning coffee, you always try and remember as well, is in social business we are doers. You know, it's all about doing. And you know, this is something I think young people need to be reminded of and pushed in the education side of things as well. Because, you know, that perseverance and grit and to do things, and when people say, oh, you're just talking and you're not doing, and having that perseverance to push through. I mean, it was what, 5 years until Professor Yunus even registered Grameen Bank as an entity, and now look at the success as well. So this kind of stories and this kind of ethics, to link back to Stephen's topic as well, is so important. And I think this is something that really needs to built into environmental education, into social business education, and into education more broadly as well.
And also, I think we were talking about the principles of responsible management education, and the first principle is purpose, if I remember correctly. And the idea is that we integrate all the current issues that affect our world, whether it's business or otherwise, into our mainstream curriculum offerings. So and there are others, partnerships, trust. The 7 principles of PRME are a cross-cutting agenda for including all kinds of curriculum. Any curriculum that has a bearing or which is material to a student's behavior as a business person or as an employee are it's a framework. There are no specific things that you put in, but by adopting frameworks like the PRME, and there are other frameworks, what you're doing is you're creating room for integrating seamlessly all the current issues that your students must understand and then act upon. The materiality principle, which is how important is some information for somebody to take a decision. So if you don't teach them environment, and they're in an industry where there is depletory aspects, of that business on environment, and the person is not aware, any decision that gets taken will probably not be right. So that is the level at which some of our principles operate in management education. We're in safe hands provided we do it right. But I just want to sort of close this now. It's now 30 minutes past. So Zenith's time is up. And so the question time's over too. But that doesn't mean we stop talking about this. There are examples from Thailand and Malaysia, I'm sure that we might not have covered. There are tea breaks, there are networking opportunities. Please reach out. These guys have a wealth of experience. And I'd like to close with a small story from China. We had a busload of young people, the Asia Pacific Youth Exchange, and we happened to be coming back from the Great Wall, and we were getting into our buses. And as we were getting into our buses, our sponsors had handed each student a little lunch, kind of a snack box, which had steamed buns and Chinese snacks. And most of these kids were not Chinese, so they were saying, maybe do we eat this or not? And suddenly all these vendors show up with packets of potato chips and other stuff that were familiar to the kids. And so somebody said, oh, I want to have those. And so I said to one of the girls, and I said, why don't you ask if this lady will exchange your packet of steamed buns with a packet of Lay's potato chips? And they said, no, she won't. I said, why don't you try? And lo and behold, in 2 minutes, one vendor said, sure, give me that packet of buns and I'll give you a packet of Lay's. And the trade happened. And very soon, other people were trading in their steamed buns with packets of Lay's. And the bus started to move. And I remember a Bangladeshi girl called Zaheen. She said, I am gobsmacked. I've been trying to figure out what is value exchange all this time in class. Today, I've figured out what value exchange is. That a steam bun, which has no value to me, is good for this vendor because most of the people out there will like to buy steam buns. So she's exchanging a packet of Lay's with a product that she can sell. And she's getting it for free, and you're getting a free packet of chips because your buns didn't cost you anything. But for her, it's probably a yuan or two of a differential. So this is how it works. So, sometimes when you give people these practical examples, the theory just falls into place. And so I want to carry this example that some of you adverted to, the practical learning aspect of it. And so you can do environment, you can do social justice, you can do so many other things. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We can wake up now, and we can end now and and maybe take a tea break. Another sleep cycle. Okay, great, wonderful, and lovely having you. And thanks for this wonderful panel for joining us today.
Thank you so much, dear, for the insightful plenary session. We will now be continuing with our second plenary session for the day. The session delves into progressing social business research, approaches, and action. The session will be moderated by Professor Cam Donaldson, and joining Professor Donaldson on stage will be speakers Professor Olga Bioska, Professor Abdul Hanan Chowdhury, Professor Sharif Nurul Akham, Ms. Diana David, and Dr. Ashir Ahmed, who will be joining with a video message. Please join me in welcoming them on stage.
Who else is coming? Professor. You can cover that. Social business research progress. Starting from South, South and Southeast University.
Okay, folks.
Let's start. My name's Cam Donaldson from Glasgow Caledonian University. I'm the moderator for this session. So if you remember yesterday, we had a session on progressing social business research. It was entitled Objectives, Methodology and Priorities. So this is the follow-up, if you like, to that session. So it's we're still progressing social business research, but today we're going to do it by talking about approaches and action. And to help us consider that, we have a wonderful panel here. We will also have a video presentation, and we will be joined by one other member of the panel who is currently on her way. And if she makes it, I will introduce her when she arrives. But we're just going to launch straight into this to go in the order in which I have the panel here in front of me to discuss this issue of approaches and actions. So first speaker, each speaker will speak for a few minutes, about 5 minutes each, and then we'll enter into a more open discussion after that. So the first speaker I have on my list is my esteemed colleague at Glasgow Caledonian University, our UNIS Centre for Social Business and Health, and it's Professor Olga Bioska. Welcome, Olga.
Yeah, that's one.
Might be a switcher.
Thank you. Well, yeah, thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Cam, for your kind introduction. It's such a pleasure to be here today. So in the UNIS Centre, we've been working for a long time trying to better understand the connection between social business and health. In particular, I've been working on microfinance and social community-based forms of microfinance. And we've been exploring new methods, and it hasn't been easy. So in terms of approaches, for example, we've partnered and collaborated with Jonathan Murdoch. He works on the financial diaries. Now, financial diaries are something very immediate and very easy, right? So you get all the incomings from people and all the outgoings, what they spend the money on, and you look at their financial decision making that goes behind it. So very similar to what Dr. Faiz was saying before, what is the value of money, right? So what is the value of money for each person, and what is the rationale behind incomings and outgoings? So we've been doing that for a long time to better understand what types of loans, what types of financial products better help people. We are, and the magic or the beauty about this innovative method is that it combines qualitative and quantitative methods. So you have the numbers, but you also have the rationale, and the rationale is spoken. Sometimes, so big debates that we have are, is this rational? Is this rational by economic theory? Is this person making the right decision? And there's obviously a value judgment there, right? And as a method for academics, it's actually quite hard to get across because it's a mixed method, so it's quantitative and qualitative. And usually we do this in interdisciplinary teams. So we need to combine the views of everyone to write a paper that works. And here you go into, this method, which is, it has been used in the US financial diaries, a very big, scale with 500 diarists. They have very nice publications, as we do, partly because we work in teams. We work with multiple disciplines, and we all understand each other in the same way that we have, your qual and your quant together. There's the garment diaries in Bangladesh. Many of you will have heard about this. And where's Callum? I don't see him, but perhaps we can start the seaweed diaries, right? So, all this based, and this is to bring up, the importance of academic partnerships and collaboration, not only with social businesses and social finance, but also with, across universities, across disciplines, across methods. So it's very hard to be, Professor Yunus was saying this yesterday, but it's very hard to be the first one doing something, but give the first step and then we take it forward as a group. So there was also something about action. Shall I go or not? Or so I was discussing approaches, but I think that brings me nicely into the actions, right? I think we as a group should go more for capacity building experiences, collaboration. It's been brought up before, but in the UK we have these suicidal, so we are out of the European Union now. So things like Erasmus Plus, which is a capacity building program, many of you will have participated. I think Dr. Bordin was in the CSN project, right, with our university. So I think, networks are powerful. It's a powerful thing, and we need to kind of make the most of having this environment to, put projects together and to learn from each other and to build capacity of all of us as a team. So, yes, another thing that was said in the previous panel as well by Dr. Song, we need to share knowledge, and we need to find mechanisms that enable us to share this knowledge, like Erasmus Plus or other European Union projects, programs. I'm sure there's many other things that we could leverage on. And I think this is important. We need to, for academics, get out of our ivory towers, stop working in silos, and silos could be policymaking silos. It could be, we work in the realm of public health, social programs, because it's social determinants of health, and we struggle to make politicians understand, right? They go and they say, well, I'm a public health person, and I don't know anything about your housing issues. Well, housing issues are so related to your public health, right? So let's stop working in silos. Let's use approaches, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary. Let's share knowledge, and let's, build, take this forward with this beautiful and powerful network that we have.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you. I don't know if you were in the room at that at the point that Callum that Olga mentioned at Callum, but she's proposed the seaweed diaries. So you might have something to say about that afterwards. So next three speakers are all, to me anyway, are heroes of social business research. And they're heroes of social business research, not only because of the work that they do, but because of where they do it in Bangladesh, which is, as we know, a difficult environment at the moment in which to do what they do, but they managed to do it amazingly successfully. So our first hero is Professor Abdul Hanan Chowdhury, who has also, I should also say, has worked with me as co-chair of this meeting and has just been a fantastic colleague in that respect over the past 6 months as we've worked with others to help put this meeting together. So Hanan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Cam Donaldson. I think at the outset, Olga has actually given us a platform to talk actually in terms of the progressing of the social business research. Well, the question comes for the progressing of social business research that truly means that we have been able to come to a point right now that we have to think about that, well, how can we actually advance the social business researches that the way that we are doing or our networks are doing actually. So in my view actually the researches in social business going different dimensions and also using different sort of methods, as Olga has already mentioned, the mixed methods in with qualitative and quantitative research techniques have been used widely. I think the first thing that, well, in order to advance nowadays, we are thinking that, well, how can we actually enhance our capacity of doing research in terms of the interdisciplinary collaborations. This is something that I'm thinking that was social business, the terminology and also the work across the disciplines that we are doing. If we cannot actually collaborate multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary area-wise, we cannot enhance or expand the social business research. In terms of the methods, I think still I do not see much on the participatory based research are not yet involved in social business research. As Olga has already mentioned, it should go for diary. And also we know that, well, in social businesses across the world, there are plenty of peoples in grassroots, they are working, they are vulnerable even. In the research, we do not or we cannot sometimes, yet we are not able to incorporate their views, So if we can actually touch the people, those who are at the forefront, those who are working for the social business activities, and if we can get the information or data from the sources, we will be able to take it in different level the researches are. And the other thing is actually in terms of the stakeholders. This is also, I would say that, well, not only government agencies, NGOs, and other sort of social entrepreneur type of organizations, they do and they are working on that. Our task in research, whether we can actually bring those people also, aligning them also with the social business researches, that is something very important actually for us. Case studies, I know that there are plenty of case studies going on, but still there are huge opportunity for case studies to be, formatted in a way that, well, we are going to see that not only regional based case studies are going to be there, rather we can actually cross-check what is going on in this part of the world, then as opposed to Asia, to Africa, to other other places location-wise. Can we or will we be able to figure out there is similarities or dissimilarities in terms of the findings or those things, if we can actually bring back to the research sometime, that will also give us far more in-depth insights about the findings, and that will lead also some, I would say there's some very vital informations that can lead, research to grow actually. So in terms of advancing the research, even the action research, I would say that in a social business area, yet we are behind. There are scopes that we can actually take forward action researches on that, yesterday, I also mentioned that, well, some of the social businesses are existed for a long period of time now, for 10 years, 12 years are there. So there is opportunity for researchers to continuously go back and see that whether they can actually perform a longitudinal type of data analysis, because in the same very places or same very environment, you are giving sort of different type of treatments, which you want to see the impact, that whether it is actually changes in different way. So you can actually see those things by even setting, if it is not a very long period data, but over the 10 years, I think there are time relevant ordered data set that one can actually observe and also look towards that, well, how does these things are actually changing. So we can also, to some extent, some pattern recognition can also be possible to generalize things in different type of social businesses in different areas. That is something also, is very, 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 I think that the possibilities are also there. There are cross-sector collaboration is also there. So collaborations can happen only with the multidisciplinary area-wise people, those who are expert on different discipline, like all guys working on you are working on health sites and other things. But we see that, well, there are enormous things are going on even in the grassroots using technology and other things for social business type of things. And we can also see that, well, discipline-wise collaboration. Then cross-sector is actually you are involving a wide variety of stakeholders and getting the data from there where you can actually take, Olga mentioned also capacity building. Actually, capacity building, I would say that for research as a whole, we really need to work on that things heavily. The thing that every year in academia and also in research sessions, we have been always talking about that we are very few people in across the world, I would say, if we want to narrow it down on social business, how many people are working, we can count them actually. So these are actually a countably finite type of populations or people, those who are working, and the institutions and the departments, programs. I think there should be collaborative measures that we can share things, a shared, and also helping each other is something very important. We have been actually at one given time, as you know, when the concept of social business evolved and there plenty of social businesses started in Bangladesh, you remember, but although the progress later on was not much because of our situation in the country, but the global bodies in the rest of the countries they're advanced right now in many sense, I would say. So we really need to know that, well, who is doing what, and can we, or will we be able to get a platform where we can get the data and information is all about. For example, in the Grameen site, we do have social businesspedia, where we can actually search huge papers and, we can get the data information and who does what. Even we can find out the people, those who are actually involved in social business research. So in terms of advancing the social business research, and if we are looking at the action side, the action part would be for us actually to dig into those things, that who has what sort of capacity, how can we actually use them, or how can we actually get the information and share and collaborative papers that need to come out. Even yesterday, I was actually moderating a session. There was a paper they presented from offline from Korea. So two young Bangladeshi fellow who is doing PhD in Korea, somewhere in the Korean university. They have come up with one interesting findings in terms of the social business research over the last 10, 12 years or 15 years, how many papers have been actually published in the Scoopers-based journal. And they have seen actually the 23% growth in social business papers in the recent past have been able to published in the top tier journals and other things. So I told them, because they are actually, they are very, I should not say that they're immature, they're young researchers. So they could not even pinpoint many things in their research. It is not yet published, but they have got the results. So I gave them some suggestions in terms of when they narrow down by searching technique that how many papers come up for social business domain in the past few years. They have only searches for this journal. So I said that, well, they have also figured out that, well, most of the social business papers, 50% of the papers are in the business domain. And then 22% papers are on the computing and technology part, and economics and health economics and others, around 20% papers are also coming out. What they could not actually yet figure out that, well, I told them, go by even not only focusing on only Scoopers based. Nowadays in business, the top journals under the ABDC ranked journals, the Q1 and Q2, and then AVS group journals where business papers, business domain papers are also there. So we can also search into those part that what are the papers that are coming there. Then you should also try to they focus on country-based publications. So I said country-based publications, you got US highest, and then the rest of the European countries highest. This can happen because the main authors are there, but the data and informations are coming from across the world. So rather than not focusing the country, you should focus on it. You try to also figure out that, well, all those papers have been talking about social business researches. Let's try to even narrow it down that what are the social problems they have resolved. Okay, because if you can figure out that, well, problem-wise, because every social business that we all know that, well, is addressing 1-2 vital social problems, can we or will we be able to narrow it down in terms of a tabular format that, well, these are the areas already we got some papers, and these are the areas we did not get. So, we can also focus on those things that, well, these are the untouched area, and we should focus. And these are the areas we are going to get more literature on it. So let's try to figure that out. So I told them that, well, in the second step of your research, you must try to even identify that what are the problems that social businesses are addressing into. And can we or will we be able to, pinpoint those problems, paper-wise or case-wise, so that we can see that, well, health is a vital issues that we are addressing. Unemployment is a vital issues that we are addressing. The environmental things are vital issues the, social business people are thinking about. So there are plenty of social problems that are coming in the I would say in the academia, in the research format as an output, because people are focusing on doing some business with the model that Professor Yunus has already devised. And the academic people, the researchers are also trying to bring those things in the upfront, in the writing part. So I think the growth, although this session is actually titled Progressing Social Business, there will always be a next step to progress. And we can talk about these things every social business conferences, academic conferences, because it's not it's a never-ending journey that we always have to take these things to the next level. So there are plenty of untouched area that the young researchers and the academic bodies, particularly the academic institutions, those who are thinking that they are going to focus on publishing journals, or they have a cell of doing social business research, they should narrow down the different areas, and they should also come up with the table that, well, who is doing what in Africa, what is going on in Europe, what is going on in Asia, what is going on, then actually we can get the data information in shared mode so that we can actually see that, well, not only many papers, many researches are going to come out. So at this stage, I'm stopping here. Maybe I'll be coming back again if you. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. It's a good way to think about how to prioritize what we do, knowing what is already done and where the gaps are. I think that's a really good way to think about it. Our second hero of social business research is sitting next to me. It's Professor Sharif Nurul Hakam, who's a colleague of Anand's at the School of Business and Economics at North South University. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts.
Is it working? Okay, thank you, Cam. I'm a professor of finance and I'm also sort of a number guy. And that would mean that I like to see numbers. And in this case, we have been in the social business thought process that is going on for more than 10 years. We need to be able to figure out, sort of rank, which is doing better and which is not. In terms of microfinance, for example, there are a lot of metrics that tell them how well they're doing. That also resulted in some incorrect or improper listing or ranking. What I'd like to do, perhaps what I'd like social business forums to do, is have kind of a board or kind of a committee that identifies how to measure success. It could be creation of employment. It could be some technology that now works better under the new circumstances. It could be ensuring sustainability. It could be creating social value. So sort of identify a few metrics and develop index on which we'll have numbers in the later years and we'll be able to see what works better and what does not. Of course, if we have numbers, we can do that. If we have case studies, what happens is if we have these index values for groups, probably these problems have been solved by one of the players in that group, which goes, the other members of that group becomes aware of and fix that problem. To me, getting the numbers is very important, but we are not generating those numbers. In the USA, well, they're looking at 13 statistical numbers, and then they're trying to forecast what's going to happen 6 months from now in terms of growth, in terms of inflation. We are talking about value and social value creation. What exactly is the value for that particular business, social business? I can think of special, excuse me. I don't mind here. And sort of classify business initially in 3 groups. The type 1 business, the type 2 business, and from these 2, take out the microfinance kind of businesses. In microfinance businesses, well, how many people have you been serving? And there's a negative side. Which particular process avoids the loan trap? That is something we probably can measure and see what works and what does not. And of course, at some point, we'll have to think about transition. And that will require some numbers about the valuation. Now, when we do valuation, because I'm a finance professor, I kind of always go back to the capitalistic market, but we're not working in the perfect market when we believe that there's something falling through the cracks in the capital market system. So how do you create or measure value? Well, we have goals. We do not want to make too much profit. We want it to be sustainable. So maybe a better performing company is which is closer to the target profit, closer to the employment growth target. Perhaps we can do these things. I'm not sure. It's just a thought process where we can generate the numbers, and through the numbers, we can find a better way out of solving problem. My thoughts at this point is, I guess, somewhat disorganized because numbers are not there. Numbers, we don't exactly know who is focusing on what. But if we have sort of a border committee and identify that for next 10 years, we want to measure these particular 10 things and get index values for that, then we'll come back after 10 years, we'll revisit that and see if we can drop some or we can add some. All right. If we have numbers, then we'll have a lot of techniques. If we don't have numbers, we have perhaps only the case studies, but case studies will not give us all the answers. If we use mixed methods or combine both or have them in two separate paths, but still find a way to compare them, we'll be able to improve our understanding how things work. So at this point, I'm going to stop here. Thank you for the opportunity.
It's great. It's an excellent point on which to stop on. Our third hero of social business research is Farhana Ferdowsi, who's a long-standing contributor to this meeting. So Farhana, it's Southeast University that you're from? Yeah.
Yes.
So welcome, and we're very much looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you, Cam, for giving me this floor. My previous speakers has already mentioned many points that I would also focus. I agree with all of them, but I will focus on few issues. Like many more research is already in progress. We are doing mostly qualitative studies, comparative case studies. I will focus more on comparative case analysis because from comparative case we can get the contextual facts. We can compare. We can get the contextual fact as well. So I will focus on that issues. Professor Hakam rightly mentioned on impact assessment based on social return. So we can develop some mechanism to measure social return. So I think it's not yet much more mechanism or framework has yet to develop. So we can focus on that part to develop some social returns so that we can measure impacts on environmental aspect, impact on education, on health, and many more. And I will also say we can diversify the research arena, not only on entrepreneurship, we can also focus on financing social business. We can also focus on marketing social business and HR and other sustainable issues as well. So we have many more scope to develop and advance in social business research. And microfinance get popularized because it has a wide community engagement. In like microfinance, social business financing also can contribute. So in Bangladesh, we have a project, Novin Equity Program project, This can be
Okay, I'll give
replicated
you-
like microfinance in other countries as well. And I think more research can be done on Novin Equity Program because it is increasingly becoming large right now. So, but there is a challenge. Like microfinance work as a cluster. In one places, we can get access to many more microcredit holder. But in case of Novin program, in case of new entrepreneurs, there is a challenge. They are scattered. They don't stay in one places. So for a researcher, getting access to them would be a little bit challenging than microfinance. But still, I think it's a good area to explore more research in this area. And I will also say publications. We need to also focus on publications. And it's a good sign. One of the university has already introduced a journal that is dedicated to social businesses. I think YSBC can take more initiatives to inaugurate more journal dedicated to this area. But still, we need to focus on index journal because it increases citation. So increased citation will help us to get more publicity, and it will help communities, people to know about this. And I will also say we can also work on a theoretical development perspective. It will help the practitioner as well to get the proper guidelines. I'm not saying that we also need qualitative study. I'm saying I agree with all the previous speakers. With all that focus, I just raised few priorities that we can do in the year ahead. I think researchers can work collaboratively with practitioners as well, because it's a new concept. Some people don't know yet, or they are taking it with some surprise without dividend, how we can do business. So I think researchers can also work with practitioners. It will help them as a guide. So researchers can provide a feasibility study kind of things. So the baseline survey can help. It can be helpful for practitioner as a baseline survey. So with that focus, I think in the coming days, young researchers' involvement is also very necessary. So the people, those who are those who belong to this field, they can encourage the new researchers, young researchers to lead the team to work together. So collaborative research is helpful in that perspective. So maybe I have covered many issues. So I would like to come back again. I'm stopping here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just love that balance between saying, yes, we still need to focus on the index journals, but we need to balance it with impact, as you said, and as was said before. Now, when I wasn't paying attention before, Diana David magically appeared on the stage. I thought that was a fantastic feat. And that makes us the most gender balanced panel at the conference. So, but that is not her only contribution, of course. Diana is most welcome. She's head of student recruitment for an executive BA at is it the SP Jain School of Management, which is spread across at least four anyway, different countries. Diana, you're most welcome, and we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you, Professor Donaldson, and good morning, everybody. Sawadee ka. And thank you, AIT, for having me. So I am not an academic, but what I can bring forward today is the other side of the table. I am from the industry, right? I am the head of student recruitment of SP Jain School of Global Management. Okay, so what we are doing is actually for the executive MBA. So we are teaching leaders of today to create an impact. With the social business research, as mentioned with this team of respective panelists here, we have a lot of research, right? And leaders nowadays, they're all over the place as well. What we can do as leaders with the AI coming into place, we have to have a focused research to help leaders to make an informed decision. So we can choose in our social business research, you can actually choose to have your research in the library, to be published, or choose a research that's actually actionable, that create an impact, right? So what we are all saying here right now today, we have to create a research that can help people, that can help to change the lives of the coming generations. So from health, marketing, social business, entrepreneurship, climate change that we are doing in the next 2 days, that bringing together is what we do in the industry. And who are the user of this research are the leaders, not only in the business, not only in the economic side, the political side as well. So to create an impact with your research, with your social business research, will help people, will help in changing lives. We don't take it as we change the world today. We can't do that. But we can change one company at a time. We can move and impact people. So that's what we are doing with SP Jain. We have what we call applied business research. So we work with companies. We have our student to work with a certain company. If we want to talk about ESG, if we want to talk about health, how we can actually do the logistics. So we have that. And we work with applied business research because we have to apply whatever the researchers are made to that company. And we measure. Yes, we have to drive numbers. KPI must be there. We have to make sure that in the next 6 to 12 months, we have deliverables. In the next 5 years to 10 years, we have the deliverables. We monitor success. We also monitor failures. Why? Failures are important footstep for us to learn on the next time around, right? So this is how leaders today make an informed decision. We do have AI, artificial intelligence is there. Leaders nowadays, how would we know? With your literature review, right? AI, ChatGPT, Gemini of Google can actually give us all the literature review. But we have to, academia actually doing more in terms of the, how to say, the references are correct. Is it really published? So we do have that challenges. But for leaders, we cannot make decision blindly, right? So in the industry itself, we need to collaborate together, academia and industry. And that's what we bring forward in our applied business research. We actually do that collaboration and we meet academia and the industry in Singapore, in Dubai, in Mumbai, and we have as well now in London. So we have 5 campuses. And that's how we work in terms of the final paper of our students. It has to be applied business research. So that's what I bring forward on this discussion today. So I crossed the border from academia to the industry. Thank you, Don.
Right. That's a good border to cross, and hopefully you'll come back again at some point as well. And that going to and fro, I think, is so valuable and vital to each side of the border to develop in a positive way. Thank you for that. Now, I think we have a wee video from Ashir Ahmed. Is that correct? Who again is a long-standing contributor to the meeting. Ashir is from Kyushu University in Japan and is actually responsible for quite a lot of what goes on at the academia meeting. I think he basically created our abstract submission system to make it all sort of electronic and run much more smoothly. So for Hanan and I as co-chairs of the scientific committee, Ashir is really our best friend in terms of making that whole process much more smooth. But I'm really just filling in gaps whilst we're waiting for his video because he's the one that we want to hear from. Do we have his video? Yeah. Go for it.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Ashir Ahmed, working at Kyushu University, Japan. I wish I could see you in Thailand, but I couldn't make it. But I'm delighted that I can share my thoughts on social business research. Today, I will try to briefly introduce 3 things. What social business research mean, number 1. Number 2, how to do social business research and why do we need it. When we started social business research in Kyushu University back in 2007, we didn't have a clear idea about the definition of social business research. However, what the researchers at Kyushu University were convinced of was that we have a lot of social problems globally, and we will need to develop technologies to address these issues. We gathered researchers from different faculties, formed a team called Grameen Technology Lab, and finally established the Social Business Research Center at Kyushu University. These are the unfortunate global issues, global realities. The technology that we develop doesn't reach the unreached communities. Many social goals remain unsolved for ages. The fruits of our developed technologies benefit only a select group of people. We have focused solely on scientific goals, not social goals. Social goals were missing in the academic world. Social business introduces the concept of creating impact. The next question is how to do social business research. In fact, there is no big change in the methodology. The social business research and traditional research is almost the same. The only key difference is we start with a social goal, not a scientific goal. There are a lot of challenges in doing this kind of research. We had research limitation of research funding, and also publication for the students to publish a paper was very difficult in the beginning. But now there are a lot of opportunities where we can publish our papers, and also we are getting funds as well. Many organizations are understanding our research goals as well. So why do we need to do social business research? Because we want to zeroize the unreached community. We will need to redesign the whole social information infrastructure in order to achieve this big goal. Just a little information we gather almost every year. We call it a social tech summit. This year it's going to happen in Hiroshima in August. So there's a link here. Please come join us. See you in Hiroshima. Thank you.
Oh, caught me a little bit by surprise. That sudden finish there. Good. So we've had our contributions so far. I just wanted to open it to the panel. If there's anything that you want to say in response, perhaps to what any other panel members have said. You don't have to do that, because we can also open things to the floor. Any thoughts? Anand, I thought you would have a thought.
I want us to speak, actually. Yeah. In order to advance and align research in social business domain, from our experience, from you, me, and us, the way we have been observing the papers are coming in the conference, we see that the papers are disintegrated in many ways. If somehow, some way, if we can give sort of not guidelines, but at least a hints that, well, if a new researcher wants to do research, these are the things that we truly need to focus. I think Ashir has also mentioned that the methodology part, in most cases, we do not get aligned for many young researchers, those things. Some of the resources that are coming with even not with the research questions are there. So I think for example, Al-Bukhari University is now, interested in publishing journals one after one. At the very beginning, they have to be very careful in terms of taking papers and putting them in the journal. If a paper do not have a methodology part and a systematic way of presenting papers in terms of a research questions are not there, I think we have to be very cautious in terms of, allowing them, because this is something important. Once we see that, well, papers are going to be published in the top tier journals, and, the citations are going to come, as Farhan has already mentioned. What we do not see that, well, people are doing research in a systematic manner. So that sort of guidelines next time, maybe in the even in the conference, that we are going to tell them categorically that these are the things that we really need to see. All right, these are the things that we really need to see, that every paper has to have these vital few things so that the researchers are going to be aligned. The other thing that we do not see, that this is also in relations to that, actually, the creating a hypothesis based on the literature review, okay, based on not only literature review of a social business paper, but from an aligned disciplines or interdisciplinary disciplines where an existing theory is there. For example, in technology part, I see is a great opportunity in terms of the technology adoption theory and those things. Nowadays, if we see even the researches going on in other area, we see that people are actually crossing the theories. There are existing theories in social science, in technology part, and they have to blend the knowledge and come up. Okay, some of the variables, measurable variables that are important for a research, and a conceptual framework has to be developed for a particular study so that we can see, we can isolate that what is the environmental impact in this paper, whether they are looking for that things, what is the social impact or any economic impact. And in terms of the problems that you are addressing, those things are clearly mentions at the very beginning in the methodology part. I see weak methodology part in wide variety papers, and that's why these papers cannot get through in the top journals. We would have been getting many papers actually if we could actually align those things in a systematic way. And then these papers are obviously going to help us in terms of more citation, as Farhan has mentioned, because we really need more citations and more papers on the index journal, so that we are going to be able to advance researches and a flow of publications are going to come out, actually. Yeah.
I think what you've just outlined in the second part of your comment there is really the reason why we need to try and have a more formalized capacity building programs. You know, you outlined the key stage, the key research stages, and we need to be able to get people going through those stages in various contexts, working with other collaborators in universities, and practitioners, some in well-established programs like Nobin, some in new Seaweed Diaries again, all over the world. I think, and I think it's so important to try and seek the resources to try and mount that. I think we have that example in East Africa, but it's focused on East Africa, which is wonderful, and we have to try and make that work. On your initial comment, Hanan, I was thinking that it would be good, say, in a year's time or after a year or so of the journal, to have a session on the journal and what's happening with it in terms of challenges that it might be facing along the lines that you suggested, because I think we've had two journals come and go, at least two, maybe three. There was a Journal of Social Business. To me, that was an odd one because the editors didn't seem to want to publish it on a regular basis. It was a more opportunistic type of publication mode, which seemed a bit strange to me. So that doesn't really exist anymore. There was a journal called Social Business, which to me became the editor-in-chief there was a world leader in marketing, so it became like a social business marketing journal. What I liked about the leaflet and the discussions about the journal that I saw yesterday is its whole list of areas and how open it is to different approaches, different areas of application. Of course, social business is the core. So I think that's the way to make it work. We need to be publishing in general index journals, but we really need a strong field journal. And so I'm wishing you and us all the best in that respect. It's such an important initiative and could be really valuable to us. Now, Lamia, you had your hand up. Have you got access to a microphone? Do you want?
So, starting with the journal, I think that's really fantastic that this is something that's coming out. It's something that this forum has been wanting for a very long time. And you know what you just mentioned about the background with the earlier journals and what they were, a lot of people actually are hazy on those. I think we can have a communication about that, maybe in Philippines, in Manila, about what the journals have been and what the new journal is going to offer to the community. This is something that we've been wanting for a very long time and waiting for one of our university partners to, and for this conference to try to support it and, you know, center in any way that makes sense to, by connecting people to it. So this is, I think, a very important development and milestone for the entire social business academia movement. And it would have been nice to have a clear presentation about it, actually. You spoke a little bit, but you know, if we could have had a formal presentation about what it's going to be, what is the expectation, when you expect the first one to come out, who will contribute, who are the editors, and all of that. I think that's one, but it doesn't, we don't have to do it, but I think this is quite an important one. The second thing which you mentioned about the capacity building for this, for people who will be including their papers for this conference. We always hear about the kind of shortcomings and so on. And is that something that we can include in one of the future meetings, or the next conference? Is still a workshop for that? And can it be done online, for example? Who can be the participants? And can UniCenter play any role in facilitating that? You know, the basic things about making sure that the paper is up to in the standard that you're expecting, you know, that could become another thing that we think about. And whether you need resources or support from UniCenter or any of the other universities, we would love to help with that, because I think we've been talking about this grappling with the quality of papers for some time, and we can have that be a focus activity for the next one. And what I wanted to say is this, what you discussed about the case studies, that's something that's so key for us, for the Nobin program, because so many people are now implementing it. We have the exposure, you come and learn about it when you see it in Bangladesh, but having, I think Vishwajit mentioned that there's actually a Bangla Abdul Hai Khan of Grameen Trust. He's done a whole step-by-step implementation guide on Nobin, but it's only in Bangla. And we haven't been able to find a person to translate it into English for people who want to implement it. Something as basic as that, there hasn't been enough resources to do that. And what Farhana has been doing, which is documenting the impact of it, and how that is also so useful for those who are wanting to look at the impact, but also for the implementation, you know, to make sure that it's being done in the right way. Something that we think was really needed for microcredit, because this whole veering away from what microcredit is to becoming this profit maximizing venture, and how they captured the term microcredit, and how that's been so difficult for the entire movement. And now only with Grameen America going back to social business microcredit internationally, that we know it does work. It does work in the way that it was intended. And it's not about personal profit making. It's about helping poor people. And that model that started in Bangladesh does work. That is not, you know, it was kind of hijacked. And that, which is why Professor Yunus is so particular about these definitional issues. He's not saying that the other things don't have validity, but just don't call it the same thing. You know, if it's microcredit for personal profit making, don't call it microcredit, call it something else. He was saying it's a new form of loan sharking, you know, don't call it microcredit. So that's why he's so cautious also about the social business. Other things that make money for people, 1%, 5%, 10%, they each have a place and a legitimacy. It's about giving people choices, but don't call it social business. If what we're talking about is non-dividend, call it something else, you know, and why it's so important for the academic community to document that so that people understand and don't get mixed up, you know, and why this issue and microcredit is starting now in Thailand, so that, you know, the starting point, it's important to clarify what we're about to do. So that's what I would mention.
So we have two more points over here. You pass that round, Lamia. We've got one here as well. Right, so we'll make that the final three comments of the session, and that'll get us just about bang on time. Callum.
Brilliant. Yeah. And thanks so much for the super interesting panel, and really looking forward to following up on the Seaweed Diaries, Olga, as well. Sorry, I was in the loo for that. But I think one of you mentioned on the panel one of the kind of the depressing reality for research funding of the UK leaving the EU. But I guess the irony is also that the UK is now trying to join ASEAN as well, and has joined the strategic partnership with ASEAN and a number of different bilateral agreements. I'm not sure in Bangladesh if there's also a UK Bangladeshi strategic partnership as well. We are seeing a number of funding opportunities coming up here as well, and not just from the UK, also in other places. So I guess this is a question for the room, for the panel, about how we can have maybe a consolidated approach to mapping research funding opportunities, and then how that can be the anchor towards building network-wide consortiums and collaborations as well, because I think it's the money that enables the collaboration at the end of the day. So I don't know if there's apologies if there's already been
no, not at all. I mean, I wouldn't leave it as a question, though. I would just take it as we'd welcome that as a really positive suggestion and an action for us to consider taking forward. I see Lamia nodding away vigorously there. So that definitely is something that we will follow up. I mean, a personal incentive, we as a stupid country that we are need to diversify in terms of our funding sources now because of the decision that we made. But actually that could turn out to be, I think, as you're maybe indicating, a really positive thing anyway, certainly for the people in this room. The journal.
Hello. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. I would like to explain something about our journal, Al-Bukhari Social Business Journal. It has been published last 4 years. Every year, 2 issues with 10 papers in each issue. And we maintain quality. It is a double-blind, peer-reviewed journal. And we employ at least 2 reviewers. And we have also an academic reviewer, means third one. And in terms of social business, we found that there is a lack of literature. So in that case, we have one policy, author creation. If we get some gist in the paper, and if it doesn't have the proper format, we don't reject immediately. We give major revision, and we have very constructive and comprehensive review form. So a reviewer must give a review comment based on that form. So everything, whatever you said, methodological issue, we highly focused on that. We give priority, literature review, research gap, research question, research objective, research hypothesis. It is all in the, and we have also a dummy paper there. So there is no way that an author can just submit and publish. No, it is double-blind, peer-reviewed journal. And we have it is my site indexed, Malaysian standard. It is also in DOE. So we have been trying, and we have a good editorial board. We made it. I want to mention a few names. I'm the editor-in-chief. Our managing editor is Professor Faisha. Yeah. And in our associate editorial board, we have many international faculty members, and the associate professor Ashir Ahmed is there. Yeah. And in advising editorial board, Professor Abdul Hanan, he is one of our advising editors. Professor Shen, Mark Shen from National Central University, Taiwan. He's a great guy. Yeah. And Professor Nisha Pandey from India. So, and many others we took from many universities, and they are adjacent to UNIS Center mostly. Yeah. So this is how we are trying to maintain quality. And our abstract from now on, we are going to publish in bilanguage. It is two languages, English and Bahasa Melayu, because Bahasa Melayu, it has wider readership. So we want to do that. So this is how we are trying to maintain quality, and we are also trying to create authors. We don't just reject paper. We give multiple revision options. Yeah. Thank you for listening.
Brilliant. Thanks for that. That's really illuminating, I think. So, and very helpful. But I think it does indicate it'd be really good to have a session on that, like a fuller session on that at a future conference. So, last point from the woman with the blue hair.
Her name is Kim. Yeah, just to add to the points about the journal, beginning with Lamia and of course Professor from Abukari University. In addition to my role in Unicenter here at AIT, I'm also working at the with the Gender Journal at the School of Environment, Resources and Development. And their journal is close to 30 years old, and it's hosted by Taylor and Francis. And I know the considerable effort of actually putting out a few issues through the course of a year. And two, every year is really commendable, provided the fact that you actually provide the articles in an open access format. I had some time to stalk his work. It's quite good. And I think, I mean, I'm new to the Eunice Center, although I've been a big fan of Professor Eunice, as you know. I think there are two things that we should consider if we were to kind of generate more information or knowledge in terms of social business. So first is we need a pool of social business researchers. I think if you look at the body of knowledge that's available right now, there isn't as many, but there are a lot of aligned or somehow related or relevant work that's being published academically. And I think that's because of the practical application of social business anyways. But as Professor Yunus mentioned yesterday, the trouble does lie somewhere in universities, and we need to take responsibility for that. So that's one way. If we were to generate, or we could be the center for producing more scholars working on social business, and it doesn't have to be the only research interest that they do in their life, you know. There can be other instances. And then the next is, of course, the actual implementation of the journal. I think the more journals that are working on social business, looking at social business in different angles, because there are many ways. You can look at it from an entrepreneurial side or a development side, social impact side. I think the more journals that we have, I think it would be better for the whole generation of the knowledge. It doesn't have to be a competition, but rather like we can work together. Yeah, that's just my
point. No, I think you're right. I think it's basically a portfolio approach. You know, we need to have young academics are going to want to publish in their main field journal anyway. But if we have social business as a topic in those journals, that's fantastic. But equally, we also need to have a strong field journal ourselves for also for those people to publish in. So it's the portfolio that I think is important, and having a strong field journal is a crucial part of that. So all these comments are really welcome. So am I handing back to our host? Do you have any announcements to make, or yeah, is that right? So just as you're coming up to the podium, I just want to for us to show our appreciation for not only for your comments from the floor, but for the agenda for those comments being set by our fantastic panel contributions. So thank you very much, guys, and to Ashir online. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear panelists, for another insightful plenary session. Before we proceed with our lunch break, I would like to invite Ms. Lamia up front as she has a short video she would like to share with us all.
It was just to thank you very much for that very enlightening panel. I just want to give the context of the next video. It's actually at the request of George Washington University that it's being played. One of the people who are behind the setup of the Yunus initiative at the George Washington University, he was supposed to be here at this conference. And since he couldn't come, they sent a video. And I haven't seen it yet, but it's basically a newly launched Yunus initiative at George Washington University in Washington, D.C. And they will focus on, it's called Yunus Initiative on poverty and extreme poverty and deprivation. And the three people I understand who are speaking at this video is Professor James Foster, who's the kind of intellectual director of the initiative, Dr. Jane Ives, who's also with the university and who's implemented a 17-year program of internship with Grameen, with us sending students to Grameen Trust first and now to Yunus Center. And finally, Chris Fastners, who's a business person based out of Singapore, who's an alumnus and who has helped finance the Yunus initiative, and who's going to speak here at this conference about how individuals can fund the financing for the setup of Yunus centers within universities. So this is just a background on the video.
Greetings from sunny Singapore. My name is Chris Fussner, and I've been the benefactor of the Grameen Student Internship Program at George Washington University Elliott School of International Affairs for the last 9 years. And I am also proud to announce that the George Washington University will be hosting a Yunus initiative on extreme deprivation. This will be administered by none other than the famous Dr. James Foster. I'd like to thank Dr. Jane Ives for her 9 years of service to this program. It's been a truly remarkable program, having many interns go to Bangladesh and Nepal. And I've talked to many of the students, and it changed sort of the trajectory of their lives. Very powerful, very powerful. Again, thank you, Dr. James Foster, and especially Dean Ayers at the George Washington Elliott School of International Affairs. You should know that both of these people are experts on South Asia, and both of them have prior. When Dean Ayers was with the U.S. government in charge of South Asia policy at the State Department, she met Dr. Yunus. And James Foster also worked closely with Professor Yunus at Vanderbilt University in his youth. Really like to thank from the bottom of my heart Dr. Yunus. He has lifted millions. And I really can't get a number, but I really like to have a number on how many people that one individual has lifted out of poverty since he left his professorship at Chittagong University in Bangladesh. Just amazing. Look forward to working with all of you at the Yunus Initiative at the George Washington University. And we look forward to welcoming Dr. Yunus the first week of December at George Washington University. Thank you so much for your time, and please enjoy the conference. Thank you so much.
Greetings to everyone at the 11th Social Business Academia Conference at the Asian Institute of Technology in Thailand. I'm James Foster, the Carr Professor at the Elliott School of International Affairs at the George Washington University here in Washington, D.C., where I'm happy to announce the opening of our new UNIS initiative on extreme deprivation. This innovative collaboration brings together our local expertise on understanding and measuring deprivations that afflict people across the globe, and Dr. Eunice's inspired leadership in creating real-world solutions. As director of the new UNIS initiative, I want to convey our most hearty congratulations to all of you in Thailand, from all of us here in Washington, D.C. I also want to give a shout out to the many people who have made our initiative possible. Chris Fussner, who generously funded the initiative and also for 9 years has supported our UNIS Center Grameen internship program. Dr. Jane Ives, who so successfully leads the internship program, which has sent so many of our students to Bangladesh and Nepal. Dr. Alyssa Ayres, who as Dean of the Elliott School and as a noted scholar of South Asia, has supported the initiative from the beginning. And finally, Dr. Muhammad Yunus, whose life's work inspires us all. Congratulations to one and all. I hope you have a great conference.
Greetings from Boston, Massachusetts to everyone at the 11th Social Business Academia Conference at the Asian Institute of Technology in Thailand. My name is Dr. Jane Ives, and I am the director of the UNIS Center Grameen Student Internship Program at George Washington University, Elliott School of International Affairs. The George Washington University, Elliott School of International Affairs is delighted to announce that we will be launching a UNIS initiative. I would like to thank donor and alum, Mr. Christopher Fussner, for supporting both our student internship program and our newly launched UNIS initiative. Chris has been supporting our internship program for the last 9 years with the Elliott School, and we are thankful for his continued support. Thank you also to Dr. James Foster, who will be leading our new UNIS initiative and has been an instrumental force in developing and launching this initiative. Thank you, Dean Alyssa Ayres, for your dedication and efforts in successfully launching our UNIS initiative. We are grateful for all of your time and efforts. And of course, thank you, Dr. Yunus, for all of the incredible work you do in lifting people around the world out of poverty. The students and I thank you for all of your efforts, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. Dr. Yunus, we look forward to welcoming you back on our campus later this year to celebrate our newly launched UNIS initiative. Congratulations again on all of the work you have done and on another successful conference. Please, everyone, enjoy the conference.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a lunch break. We invite you to enjoy a delicious meal at the AIT Conference Center Dining Hall. We will be reconvening in an hour at 1 p.m. for the paper presentations of the day. So moderator and presenters who are scheduled for their presentations in room 1, you may come back to the auditorium. And those in room 2 may make your way to the smart classroom at the AIT Solutions building, which is just adjacent to this conference center. Until then, have a wonderful lunch, everyone, and see you soon.
Hello.
you guys. You know how to do it, right?
Yeah.
The first one, you have a long queue and that you need to know how to import to CSV file. Okay? I give you 5 minutes, you finish the import of the two CSV file. After 5 minutes, I will show you. Okay, try it. This one.
The tools
Two
that
files.
are loaded.
The two files you just download. The air pollutant and station, import. Import in your PGS, okay? Try it. You need to remember the save.
Yes.
Because next week you have a quiz. You have an exam. You need to finish by yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Very difficult for me to try to but very slow.
May we start then? So very good afternoon. Let us start our session. So as a session moderator, I think I should invite the first presenter. So I'm ready to have your presentation, Dr. Suraya Hani Mukhtar, who is going to present first. And let me talk about Suraya Hani Mukhtar, who is associate professor, also deputy vice chancellor, Al-Bukhari International University. So may I request to Dr. Suraya to present your paper that is about social business education. Dr. Suraya Hani Mukhtar.
Yes. Never mind. Maybe I can present from here. I can see my slides. All right. So thank you, Prof. Taufik and Dr. Farhana. All right. So this is just the framework of our social business education design in AIU, where we embedded social business courses in our undergraduate studies, which is not many university or university that have what SBC who embedded social business courses as a credit course in undergraduate studies. Most are maybe offering master level or PhD level. So this is how we promote social business among the students, where we offer two kind of social business in our university. We call it a social business one. It is university compulsory course. It's a credit course which is compulsory. All students, regardless their program, need to take this course. It's a 2 credit course. And the student need to pass this course and it's also part of the prerequisite for other course. And the other course that we offer is Social Business 2. And we only offer this for Bachelor of Business Administration Studies. We have a BBA program in marketing, in HRM, and also in BBA General. So all students in the business studies program need to take this Social Business 2. It is 4 credit hour course. So this is like the final year project of the students. We don't have a thesis kind of project, but final year we offer Social Business 2, where the student need to come up the social business idea. So that will be their final year project. So this is what we taught in Social Business 1. So Social Business 1 is more on introduction to social business, where we believe that social business need to be taught to the students in formal way. So we in the 14 weeks we teach students, we discuss the content of introductions, and we only studied, we only give the definition of social business. So I always make a joke with the students. So we follow Imam Yunus. So there's so many definition of social business, social enterprise. So I said we follow Imam Yunus. So this is, we have to remember there are 2 types of social business, the principles and so on. And we also introduce microfinance because this is the first social business inventions of Prof. Yunus. And we talk about poor and their challenges, social empowerment, social opportunities for the community. And we also give the introduction to the students about Grameen networks. So that's why when I discussed with Dr. Farhana, the only information that we get about Grameen network is just through the website. If we can get good material of reading material, such as case study or not the tech, not in the high level of material. At least there's a summary write up about this company. It will be good for the students to know because there are not many examples of social business in the real world. Most of the example that we use is mostly among the Grameen networks. Of course, the most popular one is Grameen Bank. And we also introduced about social business venture creation, how social business is created, how the social business is created, maybe the step of making the social business and social business potential and challenges. And also we discuss about social innovation and sustainability. So social business one in the context of undergraduate students, because this is just a course for first year students, is more on the introductions piece, introductory. But at the end of the course, students need to come up with the idea of social business. At least they can come up with three things. First, they have to come up with the social issues that they found among around the at least around the community, around the AIU surroundings, compound, or they can also think back of these issues from their own country. It's like in AIU we have a student coming from 44 nationalities. Can you imagine all of them from the deprived family and low economic background. So when we talk about social issues, there are no better than us because they live with it. Talking about poverty, they can explain what is poverty means. So at the end of the course, they have to propose or they have to identify the issues, propose the solutions, and also think about what's the impact when you conduct this kind of solutions to solve the issue, what the impact that you will create. So at least will be the final assessment. At least they will be able to identify issue and propose solutions and also know what's the impact. So when we talk about Grameen networks and all the social innovation that exists in the world today, at least they got the idea what is social business is about. So this is social business one. And the social business two is more advanced. I said it's a final year project. So the student need to execute the idea that they establish in social business one. So if sometimes they can execute the idea that they have proposed social business. Sometimes they can also create a new idea, but the fundamental of social business too is project implementations. At least they can really execute the project that can follow the principle of social business. It's a 14 weeks course as well, but we only spend like 5 weeks in classroom and or 4 to 5 weeks in classroom. The rest students will go to the field and execute their social business project. We only limit like 5 students in the group, so easy to manage. So this is also the content in social business too. We explain to them, we discuss about, now we are talking about social business model, the funding model, the revenue model, and the marketing model, the HRM model, HRM in social business. I have one master students who are doing HRM, studying social. We don't have many social business company in Malaysia, but the one that we have is quite similar to social business, is social enterprise. So they study HRM in social enterprise. So also marketing, maybe social business has different, social business enterprise has different kind of marketing as compared to conventional business. So, and of course, when we are talking about all this, we provide the example of the existing social business or social enterprise that exists in the market, in the world. So this is our final year project. So overall, the framework of social business education in AIU is more on experiential learning approach. Where when I'm talking about social business one, most of the knowledge is concentrate on recognizing the social issues and then try to propose a few solutions. And the creation of social business will happen in the final year, pace. So for us who are already involved in social business, maybe finding social issues is easy. It's like our everyday exercise. But experience teaching the undergraduate students, we have to teach them how to find the issues, how to know whether this kind of things is an issue or it's just the maybe not really the issues that you want to solve. So we propose few techniques in recognizing the issues, such as, of course, observation. We bring them to the community. There are 2 districts in Kedah which has highest incidence of poverty. So we brought the students to the community and let them engage with the community and asking questions, interview, and we ask them to plot them in the iceberg model, see whether the issue that you hear from the people, are they the issue or just some only the problem, or if you want to solve the issue, you want to tackle the symptoms or you want to tackle the root of the issue. So it takes times to teach social issue, recognizing social issues, to teach the students, and then they have to propose what is the best solutions, and we guide them to propose solution that not only tackle the symptoms but also the root of the issue.
So
Then
may I ask you a question in this regard? Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Suraya. So you have given a wonderful steps, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So just take it as a suggestion, if possible. The phase 1 that you are going to discuss about the social issues and phase 2 solution. In between phase 1 and phase 2, if you give the steps, identify the problems, would be more. You understand what my suggestion. In between phase 1 and 2. The phase 1 we have given identify the social issues, and then phase 2 solution. In between issues and solution, if you give the steps, identify the factors or problems. Would be more.
It will be in issues/problems.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So that will be great. So this is the process of teaching social business in undergraduate, social business 1, social business 2. So I just go straight to the example. So this is some of the example of student project that started from the idea and turned into the real project. This is the first one. It's called Rumah Jahit. Rumah Jahit actually is the word in Bahasa or Indonesia. It's called a tailoring business. First time students went to the village and see there are so many housewives who can do tailoring project, but they don't have access to the white market. Maybe the customer is just around the village. So this project was conducted during the pandemic when the tailor has very limitation of getting the customer. So this group of students identify few tailors in the village, and they try to get the market outside the village, where they come to Adustar and give the tailoring project to the few housewife in this Baling area. So this is one of the project from the students. It start from the idea and propose some solutions, and it create the impact. So we still continue this project, even though the student has graduated, but we still continue the project and assisting the rural tailor community. Yeah, so it can enhance their income. So the second project also helping micro entrepreneurs in market their products through digital platform. This is also from their social business one, concentrate to social business two project. And in AIU, as for now, we only have 3 faculties: Faculties of Education, Faculty of Business, and Faculty of Computing. Only 3 faculty because we are still new. And we also, because we also have students from Faculty of Education, when they learn social business, what kind of social business they can create within their field of study. So this is one of the projects that they, because the program that we offer, we have program Bachelor of Early Childhood and Early Education. So how early childhood can transform into, can also create social business at the end. So because there is also issues in one of the village in Kedah, where there are many girls who marry in a young age, and they have very limited knowledge about parenting. So since these kids, the students of AIU is studying early childhood, so they create a program to educate this young mother about parenting. So then in the future, they plan to form a consultation company that can educate young parents around the rural area. So this is a project from student program under early childhood. The other one, Recycle Ranger, is a program by the students, also from maybe business school or education school. They are mixed together. It's about creating the awareness of recycling. In Malaysian context, recycling is still very, very less practice. We're still educating our people about recycling. So this group of students, they conduct a project. They go to the nearest stall in AIU, and they collect plastics and tins, and they educate the stall's owner about how to segregate the rubbish. So this is all the project that come up from undergraduate program, which is they learn about social business course. And this is another project where they collect pre-loved clothes and then they sell it back. We have many zero waste activity in AIU, a zero waste project. And this is about AIU entrepreneur talent, where they try to find a few students who are now entrepreneur in AIU, who conduct small businesses in AIU. So they gather them all, they give them training. So in order for them to go to the wider market. Okay, that's it. For those who just came, maybe you missed my early slide just now. I'm talking about how we teach social business course in AIU, where, like I mentioned just now, not many university who has SBC who embedded social business curriculum in undergraduate. Maybe most in postgraduate level. So we are in IU, we start from the beginning. So we teach social business 1, social business 2, that we target social business 1 to all students, make it like compulsory university compulsory course. And social business 2, we change the thesis style of final year approach to social business creation. So social business creation is their final year project. Okay, so that's all. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much for your excellent presentation. It was easy to understand. And I think AIU is one of the universities that have mandatory curriculum for social business, isn't it, Dr. Soraya?
Yes.
So till today, do you have any findings out of this?
Findings, this is just the concept paper that I present about understanding or to tell everyone that how we social business education approach in AIU. But what I've realized, because we only have students that our first graduated student in 2020, so we are still new. So we can, if we need to do the study, maybe we have only three three batches of graduate students. But one thing, I think the challenge is creating the job creator. Even though we have the framework of entrepreneurship education model, where we have social business 1, the student need to think about entrepreneurship, and also social business 2, where they have to become an entrepreneur. But when I ask students after they graduated, only 2 or 3% of students who really jump into entrepreneurship. Most are still wants to find job. Even though that they have years of experience in doing small project or small business within the campus context. So that's a challenge, actually.
Yeah, that will be a big challenge. Otherwise, student will not be interested to study about social business.
True.
I think need to think about this also.
True.
After graduate, how like AIU can promote the students, those who are graduated from,
True.
isn't it?
Yes. So we can advise them to become the job creator instead of looking for job after graduation. Maybe this is the scenario because our student came from underprivileged group. They want to further study. They say, if I go back to my country with a bachelor degree level, it is hard for me to get a job. So at least I need master level. But even though we ask them, we give them the idea, now you have the social business idea in your mind and you have done it in campus. So why don't you do it? Still, the confidence is not there. So that is lacking. So how we can find approach to build the confidence? First, maybe capital, the issue about the capital, and also the support, the parent support. I remember Prof. Hanan also mentioned that last time when we have a conference, when the family support is not there, so they're also not interested to pursuing career as entrepreneur. So that's a thing that we as academia need to think, what is the best approach that we can give to the students so they can carry on to become the entrepreneur.
Thank you so much. Professor Dr. Hanan Sikhtoburi, if you have any, you please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. So I have a couple of comments and then a question maybe as well, for you as well. So I actually participated in my undergrad 25 years ago in the United States. And at that particular period in time, there was only 2 educational facilities, San Francisco State and USC, that offered degrees in entrepreneurship at that time. And I had difficulties as well, being able to, when I interviewed for jobs afterwards and stuff like that. But one of the things I think that I've learned and I've seen over time is that 2 things. One is that there's an experiential learning process that you have to go through in business. And I think culturally, a thing that's a little bit different from there, from being like a part of the UNIS Professional Master's Program here at AIT, is that culturally, in our country, in my country, people understand that there's failure in business, but you fail moving forward. And I think in some more of the Asian experiences that I've had, that culturally, it's not viewed the same way in business.
And then I think, and so I think that's one way is that you have to kind of do a lot of experiential learning. So you don't wait to do that process at the very end as a capstone project. You do that early and you iterate and you do that. It's the process that you need to demonstrate. That builds you confidence because you learn from your mistakes before you invest a bunch of money. And it also helps a little bit more in terms of you gaining that experience as an entrepreneur. Anyone who's been an entrepreneur, they learn a lot from more sometimes from their failures than their successes. And I think that's part of the process. So I think you'll see more of that when you give those opportunities. And I think Brian Carrera was talking about a little bit about that with the Hero Waste Project and the new project they have where they're doing that. Imagine what the campus is going to look like in the future. So it might be a way to as well have that with all the students and provide opportunities for them to say, what could the campus look like in the future? So they can create ideas. And then if you have support from the administration at some level, then you can start implementing those and build confidence there early. And so I think that's definitely something that's a valuable way to be able to do that.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to supplement actually because Albuquerque is pioneer in terms of offering social business program for the undergraduate level also, and also students from different countries and from the bottom pyramid. I'm sure that while it is going to be a challenge for the students right after their graduations, that rather than looking for job, they are going to jump into an entrepreneurship. That will be a challenge. It's not challenge for only the deprived children. It is also challenge for the regular students because very often, even in Bangladesh, we see also students, they have got all sort of trainings or know-how, but they do not want to do it. They want to go for a secure type of job. So that challenge will be for us is going to be a common challenge. On top of the social business courses like section 1 and 2, what are the other courses that you are actually incorporating in this in the program that will also sort of give students a to build their confidence up? This is very important. And also at North-South University, we have a separate section in the university, what we call the NSU startups. We are actually supporting students by giving money from the university to even launch their own business through a process. Not everybody gets that money. So idea generations, sort of innovative ideas with product or service designing, and also the attracting the fund from third party or donor agencies or other venture capital type of sources. Because these students really need confidence to build. When they see that there is a potential in their product or service designing or the business model, they are actually relying on that is going to help them out. They have to also have that confidence that, well, fund will not be a problem. It is the problem for us that we do not see that where is the fund and how do actually we seek those funds. So we have a foreign consulting team that they are actually giving all sort of pitching, training, and also attracting the venture funds from other sources. This sort of trainings also required rather than only focusing on the social business design and work for a social cause. Then how you are going to become an entrepreneur, you need money. That part has to be also there in your part. Then one day, that confidence is going to come back. Training itself is a good thing. And at the very beginning, if someone is not entering into the entrepreneurship, we cannot say that she is not going to come back. They are going to come back maybe after a few years, having some experience with the corporations and bringing new ideas. They're going to jump into, because this idea that you are actually giving inbuilt into the system or mindset, they are going to carry that things. That is what is our task to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ilan Chaudhary. Thank you, Dr. Suraya, for your informative and excellent presentation. Give a hand for her. And then, please. May I request to Dr. Farhana Ferdowsi, who is the Associate Professor and also the Director of Institute of Research and Training, Southeast University, Dhaka. Dr. Farhana Ferdowsi, who is going to talk about design a safe, affordable, sustainable mobility ecosystem to address the family mobility that needs in Bangladesh, using some techniques and social business model.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present today. As you know, he has introduced me. Actually, we are two authors, and Dr. Nooran Abedin and me, and she has some passport renewal issues, so she is absent here. So on behalf of her, I'm presenting today. Yes, she is from Kyushu University, Japan. Okay, as you can see, our topic today is designing a safe, affordable, and sustainable mobility ecosystem to address the family mobility needs in Bangladesh using technology or social business model. Working? Right side or left side? Oh, okay. 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 So today I'm going to present few issues, travel safety and inconvenience issues in Dhaka, Bangladesh, and some dropout risk phases of girls due to communication pattern in Bangladesh, and family mobility patterns and needs in Bangladesh, and challenges in designing family transport. And finally, we are going to propose a transport mobility model. We are saying it's social services on wheels using a ride-sharing approach. And finally, I will talk some future research work issues. Oh, sorry. I think it's not responding properly. Okay. So what is the scenario in Bangladesh? There are a lot of transportation in Bangladesh, but we are going through some challenges. Few challenges are here. There are insufficient number of fleets and mostly crowded vehicles. And passengers have to wait for a long time due to casual schedule for public transportation. And buses only runs on many streets, and the non-major roads are very narrow, and it's very difficult to execute some comfortable and safe transport over there. And transport hubs far from home, especially in rural areas. These are challenges for girls and women in rural areas, and mostly for overcrowding or some other cultural facts. The public transportation are not safe for women, and there is a possibility for violence. And there's also there are some risk of physical harm because the transportations that are provided, it's not safe or not maintained properly. And cabs and cars, although there are, but it's very expensive and only few people can carry them, and not safe for children to travel alone. And is difficult to use for elderly people as well. So based on this scenario, we are going to explore some other issues. Women in our country, they have several dropout phases. We have identified 3 dropout phases. Phases 1, it covers usually women from 12 years to 18 years. And in case of rural, we have some baseline study based on this transportation behavior, especially in rural areas among the women. And there we have seen on an average, there are 10-kilometer walk to arrive in the transportation hub. And average distance from home to high school is 11 kilometers. And there is also risk of gender violence and health hazard. So due to these, there are some issues of dropout cases. And again, in
adult ages, during the university life, there are also challenges like public transport services not dignified, and there are some harassment incident issues also available there. And finally, women in their family life, most of the women in Bangladesh, there are lots of women who are doing child shepherding duties, and they are leaving their career because of this caregiving services. So for them, what happens, public transport doesn't cover the required routes and not safe for children traveling alone. And they requires child shepherding by either parents or some older people in the family. And at this level, some women leave their job. They leave their career. So we identified these 3 phases for women dropout risk. And these are the transportation uses mode in Bangladesh. Family construction or family income. It's based on transportation is also based on family income. So these are the individual members, either he is individual single people or with child or in a working mother. And usual transportation can be walk or by bus or private car or Uber, etc. Or rickshaw is a popular transport in Bangladesh, although you cannot arrive in your workplace with rickshaw alone. However, these are the destination places people travel for going to school or universities or workplace or their industry as well. So okay, so these are few challenges that we have identified based on our previous research. There are some infrastructural issues like the roads are not, non-major roads are not practical to run some large vehicles. So this is one of the challenges. And there are also safety and reliability issues as well. Children cannot travel alone because of safety or security issues. Most of the time they have to be guarded by their parents or guardians. And okay, and there are lots of families now are owning private car, but it is not a solution for most people because very few people, those who are rich, they have access to private car ownership. So what is happening due to private car ownership? It's increasing traffic and it's harmful for environment. So it is not a solution for common people. And expense issues is also there. Having rides sharing services or having private car is expensive and is not affordable for all people. So based on this, we have figured out some challenges in designing a safe transportation mode. That is road size and fleet size. It's not practical for all roads to design a big size transportation services. And there are safety and trustworthiness issues. If transportation services or ride sharing services are developed, whether parents will avail those services, because whether it will be safe or secured, how they will track their children. So this is one of the big challenging issues. And there are cost and revenue issues as well, because we are proposing this model based on social business model. So there will be a challenge how to cover cost if we provide a proposed model, and impact on congestion and environment as well, how it will contribute to the environmental issues. And it has impact on women's life, because many women's, because of caregiving services or child shepherding services, they're leaving their career. So if we can design a safe transportation mode and we can replace their duties by taking care of their children, by commuting to their schools, then maybe it will ensure their career as well. So it can have positive impact on their career. And this is the model that we are going to propose. It's a family ride sharing model. We are saying it's social services on wheel. It's designed for urban community people based on Dhaka. So here it is our design. There will be carpool and a database will be needed. Passenger or pool of passengers database will be available. And it's a vehicle management information. And we are designing it for school-going children. Basically for school-going children for relieving their mothers from child shepherding duties. So here is the ecosystem that we have designed. We will have microbus kind of transportation, because if it is a big transportation, maybe it cannot operate on every roads, in non-major roads. So we are designing to have some microbus having 12 or 10 seats, because if the available ride sharing services, usually it's a 4 or 5 seats and it become expensive. So we are proposing a model where there will be microbuses, 10 or 12 seated, so that we can customize the services, because if it is a large bus, then we cannot customize those services. So this usually in weekdays, it will provide services for school-going children, maybe not in one route. It's a round trip. There will be few round trips, but there is a challenge as well. If we provide few round trips, it's traffic in Bangladesh. Sometimes there are huge traffic. So whether we can cover the cost, it becomes a challenge. However, we are proposing it. And in non-weekdays, I mean, in other days for other purpose, they can use it. There will be a passenger pool, so they can track the services, they can enroll, they can register their name over there. So it will, based on their other purposes, they can also call for these services. So this is the model. And there will be a monitoring, tracking and monitoring services as well. The children who will use these services, they will have their identity card or RFID card that will detect, and their parents can monitor where their childs are going and how they are inside the microbus. They can also visit, and when they will receive their kids and drop them, they can track it. A message will go to the guardian's mobile phone. So it will be safe. So based on this model, we are facing some challenges, like we are still unsure whether the parents are going to use them. Because there are safety and trustworthiness issues. So it will be a first challenge to gain trust among the guardians. And then another issue is we have a baseline study that was on 2018. Since then, time has changed, inflations are there. So we need to recalibrate the study again so that we can measure the cost again. And that's about our model. And we are expecting some future work as well, like a study on the cost of child shepherding and perspective of using rideshare technology for school commute. So we need further study in these areas. We can also study on operational aspects and challenges of the proposed model. And we can also conduct some impact analysis on women, families, or city, or regarding environments. So that's all from our presentation. So if you have any questions, you can ask. Thank you.
Lucy, for presenting a very informative presentation. I have observations, some of observation. First of all, you discuss about rural and urban areas. So in that case, the dimension of rural area in Bangladesh is multidimensional. Even in urban area also multidimensional. Better to specify which area you investigated. Urban area, for urban area, if you specify, if you are, like investigated in Dhaka, need to specify. And then rural area, which area? Because as you know, the multidimensional rural area in Bangladesh, some area infrastructure is developed, some areas underdeveloped. So need to specify. That is my first observation. And the second observation, when you compare rural and urban area, you need to give the data rural versus urban, which is easy to understand. And then you have given a couple of recommendations, suggestion. The suggestion, the suggestion, you may give the suggestion based on findings. So there is a confusion of finding. And based on findings, you need to give the recommendation. That is my observation for your paper. So I think there are some scholar, professor also is there. If you have any observation and suggestion, we'll be appreciated, please. I think, yeah, the problems or the problem statement was fine, like in terms of addressing the problem in Dhaka city, all these traffics and, issues. Did you check even the other services in Dhaka that is already existing in this kind of model? You remember that there was a lady called Nahid Nigar. They have also developed something on the ride sharing for, and there was one entity, they were very popular for women, particularly for mobility purposes for the women. There's that business model you should have been actually considered because they have been in the marketplace for quite a few years and then they stopped actually. So why they are not there in the marketplace? What was the problem? What was the issues? We all know that, well, in Dhaka, the traffic and also transportation system is not that good for women, particularly it is vulnerable. Then again, some of the other things that are coming out, for example, is MRT is coming. So this when the subway is functioning. Now, whether there is going to be any sort of impact in this kind of model, these are going to serve compared to the size of the city like Dhaka, which is a very big city in terms of the population, global context. So this kind of services, if they want to exist with a business model, then my concern is whether they are going to be able to sustain business-wise while there are mass transit is coming, the subway train is coming, everything is actually underway. Those challenges also you have to see. It's good actually when you see that, well, there are problems in mobility and particularly women and children, you are focusing on that things. The other thing that Professor Taufik is actually mentioning, there are recommendations in your case or comments. This has to come from the analysis that you have done. So there is a model that we see that, well, in terms of a dream model, okay, that one can figure out. But did you get a real data or real, informations through which you can extract those sort of, results or findings that lead you some of the recommendation? Because we got to be very cautious sometime when we make final comments or interpretations. This has to be associated with the study that we are performing, not like out of scene, all of a sudden we are saying something. Okay, those things has to be there. Otherwise, it's okay in terms of the problem identification. Now, also, I would say that at the very first slide, the title that you have given, it is too long title. Anytime that we provide title, we must be very careful about it, careful about choosing a title and narrowing it down. I know that, well, inside the paper, we are going to talk about all those things in terms of technology and then women, then transportations and mobility, those things. But when you choose the title, it has to be very narrow, brief focus. That is what something like, you have to work on, Otherwise, fine, you can study on that things. I know Noreen is actually, they were actually trying to see that whether they can bring some of the ideas parallel to Bangladesh, but Bangladeshi context, that the way the Pathao is working in Bangladesh, the way other models come up in Bangladesh. Can we or will we be able to do something for specifically? So Uber versus Pathao, Uber, ride share, OY, and then other, models are existing in Dhaka city. So targeting a specific group like women especially the working women and also, the school or college or university going women that can be targeted. Okay. I did not get the relations that when you give the slide where you actually trying to segregate that the dropout situation of the women in different stages of the life. I did not understand that, but how relevant that the dropout part in terms of the right sharing part. Do you have any logic for that thing that you segregate that? We know that women's and girls are drop out at the school level, then mid-level, then university level. Also, while they are actually getting married and carrying children, they are drop out for many things. So that life you try to give even start to death. Okay. How does that things actually to the topic that we are talking about? That's something, we have to also be cautious about that.
Okay, may I answer now? Then go to next question. Okay. Okay, actually, Nurin is working on this issue for a long time, and she has several other works in this field. So, as far as I know, she developed a model for girls in rural areas by providing a pre-testing, by providing 2 or 3 microbuses to measure the impact if they are provided with safe transportation, how it impact on their productivity issues. So that was one particular study. Another study was in urban women. It was a separate study, and the dropout cases was studied before. So basically, this time we are proposing a concept based on our previous other baseline studies. So the data that I have taken here is came from previous other studies. Yeah. Yes.
Wonderful presentation. And I have a couple of questions for you. So I've noticed that you want to do the smaller bus sizes that hold 10 to 12 people. So have you done surveys in certain schools to understand from parents how much they could actually pay for that service and how much they would be willing to pay for that service? Because I think that also correlates to your cost benefit, at least from running the actual operations of the business. And so if you can demonstrate the demand already, then people will pay for that service if they can. Now, can they afford that service? So the other thing is, I'm not familiar with the educational system in Bangladesh from understanding whether or not schools receive any funding based upon student participation, how often they're there and how often they're not there. So I'm wondering if there are other opportunities to partner with either government relations within the educational sector in certain communities or in certain sections of the city or at certain grade levels to where that would be beneficial. And so then if you kind of looked at it from both of those perspectives, then you can find out exactly where your cost benefit is, what the need is, what the cost would have to be, whether or not somebody can help subsidize some of that in the beginning to be able to demonstrate that you can create more social businesses out of that and then scale that, because you'll have the technology to be able to scale those efforts. But if you have somebody else that can also help pay for some of that in the beginning, besides the consumer, then that might benefit you as well.
Thank you. I think we don't have to answer every question, but if we summarize, your study need to be specified. It's too broad title. What can we do? The main title and subtitle. Subtitle will be specific. Then will be easy to deal with. And based on findings, if you recommend, try to identify the findings, problems first. Not necessarily that every study you have to give the recommendation, but I do. I know you're a senior researcher also used to do this, but this time be specific about the topics, purpose, and then based on purpose, if you have the findings, based on findings, if you have any recommendation. Recommendation, as you know, is not mandatory. Just if you have some idea, you can give some model. That is overall observation. Finally, if you have something to say to the audience.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, the all thing that you were saying, we have series of studies, and right now we are also doing another studies that where we will see MRT was not at that time when we conducted our baseline survey, but now MRT is in Bangladesh, so it has creating some changes in people's life in Bangladesh. So we are conducting right now another study based on the impact. How MRT is changing the life of the people, and we have get some feedback. Many people now they are leaving their car, they are riding MRT because of avoiding huge traffic jam. And this is one issue. Another issue is ride sharing service is already available, where the challenges will come for this model. And the fact is, we can't allow our children right now alone to travel with those ride-sharing services. Still, we have to shepherd them. So that's the thing that we are trying to address, how we can leave our children without shepherding, without guardian. Yeah.
Family,
Yeah.
or low income family.
Yeah.
If you can specify for high income families, the children that don't have problem because they have the family car. So in that case, if you study specific about the children who are from poor household or low income families, then it will be more interesting. Thank you, Dr. Farhana Firdausi. Give a hand for, please. Thank you. Our next presenter, online presentation. So we have some online viewers also. May I request Mr. Mukuse Daniel, who's going to present online and going to talk about assessing relevancy of having an online vehicle parking system in Uganda, a case study in Kampala City. Mukse Daniel Bagea. Ready to present? Can you go to the next please? No? Seems to absent. Can we move to next presenter? It seems Johirul Alam, who is present there, is available in online. So next presenter, Mr. Johirul Alam, who is the Executive Director, Integrated Development Foundation and Sadia Sultan Project, who is going to talk about making technical and vocational education accessible for grassroots students through digital learning. Mr. Johirul Alam. Floor is open.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Who is going to talk? Sadia Sultana or Johirul Alam?
I'm going to present Sadia Sultana.
Okay, then, please go ahead.
Here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow participants of 11th Social Business Academia Conference, good afternoon to you all. I'm Sadia Sultana, working at Integrated Development Foundation, Bangladesh. It's a great pleasure for me to share my concept note on making technical and vocational education accessible to the grassroots students through digital learning under education track, which I have prepared guided by Mr. Johirul Alam, Executive Director of Integrated Development Foundation. Moving forward, let's outline the agenda, which will start by the significance of vocational education through digital platform, followed by its methodology, detailed activities planning, budget, and lastly, conclude with its sustainability. Without further ado, let's begin. Now we will see why vocational education matters, especially in developing countries. Here you can see a scenario of Bangladesh, a developing country. Right now, only 20 vocational institutions offer this type of education for around 3,79,000 students, which are not enough. Only about 40% of students can go there. These data emphasize the need for immediate intervention within this sector. However, there is a hope. Through the integration of digital learning, we have the profound opportunity to revolutionize vocational education, effectively addressing its current limitation and mitigating this prevailing social issue. By utilizing digital learning platforms, we can substantially broaden the accessibility of vocational education, allowing students to engage in online learning at their own pace. Hence, keeping this in mind, this social problem can be effectively solved through social business principles. This transformative approach ensures that vocational education becomes universally accessible, transcending geographical and socio-economic barriers, heralding a new era of inclusivity and opportunity for all. This slide highlights the objective of the proposed project. The purpose of technical vocational education through a digital learning platform is to enhance the educational experience by providing secondary level students with opportunities to apply theoretical knowledge in real world context through more conventional way. Through this initiative, we are offering students the opportunity to bridge the gap between theory and practice, all in a manner that accessible and aligned with conventional learning methods. It's about empowering our students with the skills they need to thrive in today's dynamic world. Coming to its methodology part, as we all know, vocational education basically involves practical training. Nevertheless, digital platform like YouTube would be a valuable resource for learning basic theoretical knowledge related to its subjects. The proposed methodology behind our approach to vocational education is, first we will gather educational content related to vocational subjects and put it on YouTube. Then we'll make sure it's easy to understand and follow by organizing it into simple modules and providing extra resources. YouTube videos will provide step-by-step demonstration and tutorials provided by the instructor, and it will guide the learners. They can observe and replicate the techniques demonstrated in the videos. Learners can access free tutorials with live sessions. The tutorials will provide basic theoretical learning, such as how to use multimeters, wiring techniques, with basic LED circuit, how transistors work, how to read register color codes, pattern alteration, design of concrete beams, road mapping, barrier serving equipment, etc. When they complete a course, they can get a certificate by paying a certain amount. After that, we can connect students with technical institutions for further education, and affordable hands-on training will be available there. It will be a mix of online and offline learning for a complete educational experience. Moving to the next slide, we can see a short tutorial regarding dressmaking on YouTube. I guess we are facing some technical issues, and as our time is limited, let's move to the next slide. If you want, I'll show you the video later. Sorry for the inconvenience. The next slide. Initially, we will offer courses in general electronics, general electrical, civil construction, computer IT, and dressmaking. Looking ahead, based on the success of our initial offerings, we will introduce more courses of vocational education, including commerce, health, engineering, and home science-based subjects. We have a clear plan for bringing vocational education to digital platforms. First, we will recruit expert instructors and develop engaging content for our YouTube channel. Then we will upload tutorials and lectures, continuously assessing progress and providing feedback to learners. Through strategic promotion, we will reach a wider audience. And as our program grows, we will explore monetization options to ensure sustainability to the proposed project. Following our detailed activity planning, we have created a Gantt chart to visualize the estimated timeline and sequence of our tasks. This chart delineates the key activities we previously discussed and illustrates the progression of tasks once the finance becomes available for the proposed project. Shifting our focus to the sustainability of this proposed project, I am pleased to share that we have developed a comprehensive 3-year budget. This estimated budget not only served as a financial roadmap but also as a testament to our commitment to long-term success. The projected surplus for the first year amounts to $27,900, followed by an anticipated increase to $44,700 in the second year and $61,700 in the third year. By meticulously planning our resources and expenditure, we aim to ensure the continued operation and growth of our initiative. Here you can, okay, coming to the next slide. Here we can see the estimated surplus we will have throughout this project time span. This initial investment will come from social business sponsors, donors, whose funds will be utilized for project expenses. We will repay their original invested funds using revenue generated from various sources, including subscription and certification fees to cover operational costs, ensuring sustainability in line with our social business principles. Now, let's explore the implementation of vocational education as a social business following the principle of Nobel laureate Professor Dr. Yunus. Our project offers basic vocational learning to all students, addressing fundamental social challenges and combating poverty. Through small fees for certification and diverse revenue streams, the project ensures sustainability. The surpluses which will be generated by the project repays investors their invested amount and expand and improve the project activities. Importantly, our efforts will prioritize environmental sustainability, ensuring that our initiative have a positive impact on the planet. We are also committed to offering competitive salaries, fostering a sense of fulfillment and purpose among our team members as they contribute to a social mission. In summary, our proposed initiative will address challenges related to accessibility, affordability, skill development, social impact, and empowerment. Concluding this presentation, I reiterate our unwavering commitment to turn our students into competent manpower through basic, technical, and vocational education in digital platforms. Thank you. If you have any queries, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Ms. Sabia Sultana. It is a proposed research, right? Isn't it? It's a proposed research.
Yes.
Isn't it? Have you conducted any research?
Hello?
Have you conducted any research?
Yeah, not yet. Because
Your research.
the Himalayan. So, in fact, this is just will try. It will be taken as a pilot, and this was prepared on the basis of some assumptions. And we have already a technical institute where we provide this SSC level degree, and in here Grameen also have technical institutes where they have give also certification. So then after this basic training or basic education, they can be connected with the institute, and they will prepare themselves for the upper level education. But this will be a pilot project. Initially, the Development Foundation will give some seed capital for social business seed capital to the project. So they will try and pilot it, and then once it is a success, then we'll also expand this model for greater students.
Thank you, Mr. Johurul Alam. Would you mind to show the slide for objectives? Objectives. There is a slide for objectives. Can you open that slide? Objectives. Just here you have mentioned that
You want to do that works in conventional way. So can you just explain your objectives specifically, very briefly, in your own words?
Thank you. Thank you, Agnes. Very good suggestion. Yeah. We'll be more specific and also so that the output or the objective is measurable. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we should hear about this purpose and be specific, which is easy to understand. Otherwise, a long sentence, well, I'm a bit confused about your purpose. So we do have some other, sentence also here. My request to you for any comments for this, before for those young mister, if you have any. Comments regarding this.
From the objective, as well, thank you. If you could put the objective back up. So I think one of the questions regarding the objectives as well too.
It's well taken.
Oh, sorry. My name is Brian McEwen, and I'm a UNIS Professional Master's graduate. I've also worked in education for entrepreneurship with the California Community College System. I represented entrepreneurship for 7 years. Thank you. And so a couple questions about the objective as well too. So defining what type of opportunities you're talking about as well. What opportunities are you requiring? Are we talking about internships? Are we talking about actually demonstrated projects? Are we talking about certain industries or certain areas in education, secondary education? What type of education? Applying theoretical knowledge in real world content. So do you mean by that by doing experiential learning? What are you actually studying there? So I think being a little bit more specific as well too about the objective, because you probably have more than one objective. And so I might break it into 2 or 3 objectives that you might have. And then I think as well, one of the other things that, I learned as well too was what are you measuring? How do you actually, what are the measurements that you're actually making here so that you can validate whatever your objectives are? So without understanding those 2 things more intimately, I think it's harder to understand the objective of your proposal. I mean, we can see the outline of it, but I think a little bit more specificity in those areas and then ways to measure that and how you're going to measure that, then we'll provide you with proof one way or another when you complete that study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have to decide and the objective.
Mr. Chair, you may take a position to develop your paper. Not necessarily that you have to give the answer, but you may take it as suggestion so that the suggestion may help you to develop your papers. Okay. So another comments, Professor Dr. Sharif Khan, who is the professor of Nurse University of Bangladesh, has some comments. Please.
Thank you. As to the paper, the concept looks very appealing, but all of us, I think, is to some degree confused when you're talking about technical vocational education through a digital learning platform. Where is the real world experience coming from? That is one thing in this particular thing. And the other thing is, why would you offer this to secondary level students? How will they benefit from this? They get this education, they're going to leave the school and go find a job or start a business. What is the idea? I I have a few other things, but I'd like you to address this first, please.
Well, I think, yes, please. Yeah,
There is a misunderstanding, I think, but this is not for the secondary level or the certification. This was the basic knowledge, so they will learn. With that knowledge, they can also upgrade later on. They can get into the certification, the secondary level education, or with this, they can also get some job locally. Locally, they can get some job called tailoring, IT, and if they have a minimum sort of knowledge, and we have a lot of scope here locally to get the job in those trades.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Very theoretical, and they will show the video how they work and how it works. This is the sort of basic knowledge. It is not providing the degree or SSC level, SSC level. So this was made clear before I think I started this presentation.
The whole thing is quite disjointed. The idea is great. Could you show us the slide that has the projections for 3 years? I want to show you something there. Just there, go back. Go, yeah. Not this one. Go back. Okay. Previous one. Now, hold there, okay? You have 3-year projection, right? And a quarter is 3 months, right? Where is the other quarter?
Other quarter of
Any
other quarter is we consider 3 quarters. 3 quarters means 4 months a quarter, not 3 months. We divided by 4, but we consider in fact it's a semester or a session. Quarter is 3 months, but it's not quarter daily.
So instead of quarter, better to use session, first session, second session, third session, or semester, isn't it?
Thank you very much.
Okay, take it as a suggestion. I think you got some suggestion. And beside this, I really appreciate with a group of your students you presented, Ms. Sadia Sultana and Mr. Johul Alam. Thank you so much for your presentation. And hopefully you are excellent people in the future. And hope for the best. And this is Professor Dr. Fikul Islam. I'm a professor of AIUB. So thank you once again. Now we proceed to next presentation. Next is promoting social business for self-realized values, the role of religiosity, will be presented by Jubair Ahmed, who is an assistant professor, International Islamic University of Chittagong. Mr. Jubair Ahmed.
Thank you very much, dear organizers, as well as all the presenters. I would like to welcome my today's presentation is about promoting social business through selfless values, the role of religiosity. My co-author is Mr. Mohammed Salahuddin. He is a PhD candidate from Marmara University, Turkey. Right now, I'm joining from Turkey and doing my PhD here in economics. So at the very beginning of my presentation, I would like to introduce what we are going to actually talk about. Professor Dr. Muhammad Yunus, he has promoted the concept of social business that actually aims to serve the society, not to earn dividends. And as a business model, it promotes selfless values in the society, especially those who are the investors. On the other hand, the role of religiosity in a person can be complementary to promoting selfless values. and thus we claim that it can promote social business as well. So eventually, the study aims to explore the opportunities to promote social business through selfless values connected to religiosity. I'm going to talk about detail in later slides. So methodologically, it's a conceptual study, and we relied on secondary sources. Basically, we had two types of analysis. One is content analysis, and we have some illustrative case studies. So in order to understand selfless values, let me explain the core principles related to selfless values. One is altruism, another one is compassion, another one is empathy. And selflessness, it actually promotes equity in a society. It concerns ethical practices. Moreover, it promotes social welfare. So in our study, the conceptual framework is here. We actually considered some familiar religions: Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity. And in all these four religions, there are some selfless values, especially in three categories. One is compassion and empathy, another one is charity, the third one is services to others. And if we compare social business, it has two major values. One is serving the society, another one is non-dividend. That means that investors will not receive dividend. So it will actually encourage people to invest to serve the society, not to maximize self-interest or self-profit, self-dividend. Now we are going to illustrate how different religion promotes various selfless values. In Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism, all these four major religions in the world, there are examples also. I'm not going to read all of them. For example, in Buddhism, there is karuna, compassion, and in Christianity, Jesus' teaching emphasized the love and compassion as fundamental commands. And in Islam, there is practices of sadaqah and zakat. These are also from the perspective of compassion and empathy. And in Hinduism also, compassion is seen as a divine quality. From the perspective of charity in different religions, especially in Islam, zakat, which is an obligatory almsgiving, and sadaqah, which is voluntary charity. These two are very key pillars of Muslims to provide funds to others, especially those who are poor and marginalized. Christianity, Hinduism, and Buddhism, all these three religions, they also promote their followers and also guide their followers to provide some charity, to do some givings, which is called dan or dana. And from the perspective of services to others, Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism, as well as Buddhism, all these four religions, they also encourage, these religions also encourage their followers to serve other people, serve other creatures in the world, so that a better and livable society can be formed. So comparing all these four religions from the perspective of empathy, charity, and services to others, we also from here illustrated some case studies. One is Tom's shoe. It is a case in Argentina when Black Miskoski, he is a Christian and who saw that there are many children and people who don't have shoes, and then he was a religious practitioner, and he come up with a business idea, and the idea is that buy one, donate one. That means from his shoe selling ventures, if you buy a shoe, a pair of shoe, he will donate another pair of shoe to other person. So since its inception till today, nearly 60 million pairs of shoes he has sold, and it's an example that how Christianity promotes some business ventures, which can be we can call, according to Professor Dr. Yunus, as social business. Akhwat is an example from Pakistan. Dr. Amjad Shakib, he established a model of microfinance where the recovery rate is nearly 99%. And is actually called Qarja Hasan, which is also an Islamic terminology that means loan without interest. So there are many other examples and case studies in our main paper. I could not bring all this here. Through these case studies and studying the religious contents, we conclude that social business and religiosity, they are complementary to each other. And before going to conclusion, I'm talking about the limitations. Our study has some limitations. One is we did not study all the religions in the world, and it's not actually possible right now and beyond our capacity. Moreover, the concept we are presenting may not be applicable in all religions or all societies. So, but based on the major religions, we can conclude that social business can be promoted through encouraging religious people to promote selfless values, and further research can be conducted also in this field so that social business can be promoted, especially among the religious practitioners. So I would like to welcome your valuable suggestions to enrich the study. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zubair. Somehow the microphone is in my hand now. Professor Tawfiq had to step out. It's a very interesting paper, but whenever you bring in religion and religiosity, it brings in controversy also. I liked the way you have brought in the brotherhood type of ideas, the sharing and making sure that there is a contribution toward poverty alleviation. I have some difficulty with introducing religion in terms of social business. Can you convince me that social business and all the religions, all the major religions, do not have any conflict?
Yeah, so far in our study, we see that there is no conflict. Religions can promote social business, and especially there are some common components in religions and their teachings, as well as the social business principles.
The only other thing I'd like to point out that was with your case 2. And in case 2, it seems like what you find there is 99.9% recovery when there is no interest payment on the loan. So that is one aspect of it, and it's a great positive aspect of it. Did you take a look at the impact it had in poverty alleviation? Did these recipients get more self-reliant? Any observation on that?
Professor, that could be another study, actually, what is the impact of that project and the second case. But we actually focused on how such a case can be successful in recovering loans without interest, and which is motivated by religion. That we actually tried to connect here in our study.
Thank you. Let me give it to Brian. Hopefully he will have some comments for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, I was a very interesting presentation, and as a person of faith as well too, I thank you for sharing that, and I think that religion can definitely play a role in spreading the message of social business. I'm trying to understand a little bit more about how charity, what is, first of all, what I understand the charity from a couple of different perspectives. Certainly as part of why it's done in different religions. However, charity, what I'm trying to understand is how that actual charity builds a social business. So, right, and part of that is, some of the story, like, well, you can either, give a man a fish, or you can teach the man how to fish. And so those are two completely different scenarios, right? And so by charity, charity is not generally looked at from the social business perspective. It's looking at more from the business perspective, where it's
May I interrupt, Professor?
I'm sorry, what's that?
I would like to provide an explanation here. In one of my papers, actually, I probed that charitable funds can be converted into social business ventures, so it can be more sustainable. As religions promote charity, that charity is one-time giving. It is not a sustainable solution to poverty alleviation and other social toward other social problems. So I found that in Islam, there is no conflict between converting charitable fund into a social business venture. And I think in my future study, I can also explore whether other religions can promote such a social business through charitable funds.
I appreciate it. Thank you for that explanation. But like, for example, from, I understand Christianity a little bit, better than Islam from practical experience. And I think there's two comments here with relation to social business, is I think that it provides you with there's a large gathering of people that are aligned behind certain principles. So that's a marketplace. So you actually have a marketplace. So if you're going to provide charity of some sort, then, that charity then should be actually looked at and used to develop a social business. And then you have customers that are going to support that beyond charity, right? So then you're going to teach somebody how to actually fish versus just giving them the fish. That was kind of where I was going with that comment. And so I think that might be a little bit more helpful. And you might be able to actually scale some of the principles. So one of our other colleagues that was here with Risk, who operates in Pakistan, and food security. So they have several different types of businesses that they've taken donor funds from, that have then as well, they've matched those donor funds and then created social businesses and scaled those social businesses by creating additional food cart opportunities through a mega kitchen. They've done some other things in the agricultural sector. So I think maybe picking out a couple different sectors on where that you can actually add the quantitative data to kind of back how different religions benefit and can actually harness those relationships that you have and create new market opportunities for small business creation in certain sectors there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zubair, for the interesting presentation. I think you'll continue working on this and give it a shape that is more like a business rather than just charity. Okay, we understand the basic concept and basic selflessness idea there, but it is still not a business really, or it really does not say exactly how you're contributing to a specific problem. With or without that, those things will be there, charity will be there, contributions will be there. So beyond that, what do we have? So thank you. Thank you. Hopefully you'll look into it more carefully, more thoroughly, and we'll have a well-developed paper. Thanks. We have any more presenters today. Thank you, Zubair. Please wait here.
So next presenter, Ana Fernandez Leviade. Ma'am, you are here.
Okay, is she there?
Yes, it's me.
Oh, yeah, they're welcome here. Next,
Hello.
we'll have a presentation by Ana Fernandez Leviada. She is an associate professor in Universidad de Cantabria, Fundación UCEIF, and Santander Financial Institute, Sanfi. Says here that it's in the marketing and entrepreneurship track. Over to you, Anna.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you watching my screen? Can you see my presentation?
Thank you. Go ahead.
I need to know if you can see my presentation or not.
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay, then it's because I prefer to share my own screen. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to present this paper called If All Are All Social Entrepreneurs the Same? An international empirical analysis using gen data, which has been prepared with my colleagues from Universidad de Cantabria, Carlos López and Andrea Pérez. Well, I think we all know that despite the concept or the term of social entrepreneurship is in the academia for a long time, since the late 90s, the concept is still not clear. There is no consensus about what does social entrepreneurship mean. There are some researchers that argue that the definition has become so inclusive that almost everything can be considered like a social entrepreneurship. However, another ones defend a very narrow definition of the concept, which almost only non-profit organizations could be considered a social entrepreneurship. From the academic point of view, research in this field has been mainly theoretical. Most of the papers are very descriptive. Just very few of them are empirical, and most of them are based in case studies. So we can say that there is a lack of studies that analyze the scope and that try to generalize theoretical propositions. So based on this, the aim of this paper is just if we cannot find a unified definition, at least we'll try to see if there are differences among all the different kinds of social entrepreneurs. We make a distinction among three different types of social entrepreneurs, what we will call socially responsible entrepreneurs, social enterprises entrepreneurs, and social initiative entrepreneurs. And we will try to find if there are similarities or differences among them. For this paper, we use GEM data. GEM, I don't know if you are familiar with this project. It's Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. It's a global project all around the world. And we use a service to collect the data. One of the surveys called the Adult Population Survey. It's a survey that we do to public, to the population in general. And it's a long questionnaire. And here you can see the 3 questions that we use to do this study. We ask people if they are alone or with others trying to start up a company, or if they are currently leading any kind of activity, organization, or initiative that are particular social, environmental, or community objective. The second question we use is if that organization considers the environment or the social impact more important than the financial value. And the third question is if that organization operates in the market or not, producing goods and services. As I said before, with these questions, we categorize entrepreneurs among commercial entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurs. And social entrepreneurs could be distinguished between these 3 types of entrepreneurs. Socially responsible, those who are focused on profit making, but and they mainly focus on wealth creation, but who implement corporate social responsibility initiatives that generate social value for stakeholders and the society. The second one is the social enterprises. Those focus on social value creation, but they operate in the market, selling products or services. And finally, what is called the social initiative. Here we have those entrepreneurs focused on social value creation, but they are not focused in the market. So as you can see here, we have in one side the commercial entrepreneurs, the traditional ones, purely profit-making goals. And at the other extreme are the social initiatives, those who are purely social goals. And in the middle, we have a big spectrum of hybrid companies that are less or more social socially focused. Here you can see the sample that we use for this study. We have almost 12,000 entrepreneurs interviewed from 35 countries. 22 of them are factor or efficiency-driven economies, and 13 of them are driven economies. As you can see here, we can say that more or less in factor efficiency-driven economies, 80% of the entrepreneurs are commercials, so 20% could be in some of those social categories. And in innovation countries or innovation economies, the level or the amount of social entrepreneurs is bigger, it's almost 25%. Here you can see the model, the logistic regression model multinomial that we will use. Here you have a summary of the variables that we use. As you can see, the dependent variable is a categorical variable which identifies the 4 different groups of entrepreneurs. And we have organized the independent variables organized in 2 sets of factors. The first one are we have 4 no went, opport, skill, fair fail. These are factors related with the self-perception of the population. If they know other entrepreneurs, if they see that there are opportunities in the next 6 months to start up a company, if they feel that they have the knowledge skills needed to start a new business, or if they feel that the fear to failure could prevent them to start a business. The second set of factors are related with the environment, if they see that it's easy to start up a business, if in their countries they often see businesses that are primarily aimed to solve social problems, or the level of economic development. And the last group of variables are control. We'll see if there is an influence of the gender, age, and the level of education. Well, as we have not much time and we are run out of time, here you can see the results. There are many differences, and there are many results that we could be speaking now, but I try to go to the main ones. In this table, you can see what is called the relative risk ratio and the level of significance of each one of the independent variables. This ratio shows the relative probability for each category of social compared to commercial entrepreneurs. When the ratio is greater than 1, shows that there is a positive influence on the probability. And when the ratio is under 1, it means that there is a negative influence. Well, let's go to the first set of factors. What is called the self-perception about entrepreneurship. Here you can see we look at the results in columns. As I said before, we will compare all of them with commercial entrepreneurs. We can see how those who are socially responsible are quite similar to commercial ones, but in the opposite side, the social enterprises and the social initiatives are quite different compared to commercial ones. For instance, in the case of social responsibility, socially responsible entrepreneurs, we can see that the only difference is with the skill. If they think that they have the right skills to start a business, they have less probability to be a socially responsible entrepreneur. In the case of social enterprises, we see that there are more differences. We can see here how there are more differences compared with the commercial ones. For instance, those who think that there will be opportunities to undertake have almost 22% more probability to become a social enterprise. Or those who think that they have the skills to start a company have less probability to be a social enterprise. Or in the case of the fear of failure, those who feel that the fear to failure is a disincentive to undertake made the probability of being a social enterprise lower. If instead of think or see the results in columns, if we have a look at the different variables, let's see just in the case of Oport. Oport is when we ask people if they think that there is opportunities to start up a company. And we can see how is completely different the results comparing one social entrepreneur compared with the others. In the case of the social responsibility, there are no differences compared with commercial ones. In the case of the social enterprises, the influence is positive, so the probability is bigger. And in the case of social initiatives, is the opposite. The probability is lower in the case of to see these opportunities. So as you can see, there are these three types of social entrepreneurs are completely different compared with commercial ones, depending on these variables. If we have a look at the environment, we can see that compared with the opposite set of variables, in this case, the social responsibility entrepreneurs are quite different compared with commercial ones. As you can see, there are significant differences in the three of these factors. If they see that it's easy to start a company, if they see that in the country there are many businesses who are focused on social issues, or the level of development of the country. For instance, to have a look just the last one, the level of development of the country, we find that in innovation-driven economies, the probability of being a socially responsible entrepreneur is higher. And finally, if we have a look at the personal characteristics, we can see how females have lower probability of being socially responsible entrepreneurs, and social enterprises, however, in the case of social initiative entrepreneurs, we can see how females have around 20% more probability of being. If we have a look, or we take into account the age, we can see how young people have more probabilities of being a commercial entrepreneur, or it's quite similar in the case of education. We find that as the level of education is higher, we have greater probability of being involved in social entrepreneurship. So, in summary, you can see here that there are many results. It's difficult to summarize all of them in only 10 minutes. But in summary, we can say that we have to take in account that not all social entrepreneurs are the same. There is a big heterogeneity among all of them, and even compare one with the others. So we have to take in account these differences, or when we define policies, or when we try to define an education program, because they are not the same. For me, probably the most important thing will be talking about the age, that we have to take in account that the young people, the young population, are more interested, let's say, in commercial entrepreneurship. So maybe we should well, put the effort, or put all our energy in young people, no, to make them to consider social entrepreneurship as a good solution, or as a good way to solution all the social problems or social issues that we have. Well, I will finish here because I know there are more papers to discuss, and we are run out of time completely. But if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna, for the wonderful paper. This is the way a paper should be done from the beginning to the end. Of course, there are things that you can do, but a data-based study like this, it's social business, social enterprise. I haven't seen very many of them. Not exactly my area, so I can't really comment on that. If you hold on just for a second, I need to take care of something else. Yeah. Please send a message to Enrico that we received his message, and we'll take care of that. We have disconnected him. He does not have to present. Okay, so Anna, we're back to you, and I'm going to give the microphone for a question to Dr. Abdul Hanan.
Yeah, thank you very much for your nice model of three types of, model that you have run. I have questions about the heterogeneity of the, behavioral part. Did you perform any test for heterogeneity test in the model?
You want me to put the model?
Yeah, but did you run any test? Like you see that in the model, you have also one of the findings, what we call the VIF, the variance inflation function. Yeah, that's the model. That's fine. For this model, are there any heterogeneity issues?
Sorry, which issue?
Yeah, the heterogeneity, the whole model has the heterogeneity issues. There is in the findings that you said that you use the variable functions. Where is the variable functions? Do you know that? The variance inflation function in the last table that you have shown to us.
Yeah.
Over here, you see that we are going to
Sorry, but there is a problem with the voice.
Oh, you did not hear me? My question was in one of the models that you have the variance inflation functions mean. VIF in the findings.
Yes, sorry, but I don't know if the rest have the same problem as me with the voice, but I couldn't listen the question. These are the findings.
The
Which is
findings,
the
the models that you have run going ahead, three different scenario of the so that's fine. Model were tested well. In the model, there is a output. You see that is called mean variance inflation factor function. Did you get that? Second model, the last one. Can you comment on that, things?
I'm afraid I couldn't understand because the voice comes and leave. So
That's fine. That's fine. No problem. The other thing also that when you do age variables are under that in the logistic model that you have run for the age variable, that how you are going to interpret that? Can you interpret the
yeah,
variable age?
to interpret, if you are asking me how to interpret these results,
Yes.
when here the numbers are what is called the risk relative ratio. Is when this number is bigger than 1, it means that the probability is bigger. So, for instance, if you have a look here in the first column, where are the first type of social entrepreneurs, if we see that we have 3 stars, it means that the differences or the significant level of differences is important. And if the number is bigger than 1, it means that the probability is positive. For instance, if you have here in the first column 1.269, it means that the probability is 26% bigger in the case of social responsibility entrepreneurs compared to commercial ones.
When you bring it to the age variable, there are partitions for under 34 and between 34 and 54. The age variable, yeah. I know that everything you compared in multinomial logistics, you compared with the standard number of 1 because you are
Yes.
yeah,
All of them are compared with commercial entrepreneurs. So if we have a look at the first column, here are the socially responsible entrepreneurs, those who are focused on making money, but they do little things to be more social for the public society. And if there are stars, it means that the level of significance is the difference is significant, and compared with commercial ones.
even if you go to the gender variable for these 3 models, like the standard, like with 1, 2 models, you see that the gender variable coefficient is actually below 1, and the other one is actually above 1. Is there any logic for that things? Can you tell me that things? In the gender variable, the gender has a coefficient of SRE has 0.811, and then EE also 886.886. The other one greater than one.
Okay.
Than
In
one.
the case, for instance, in the case of gender, this variable is constructed like a dichotom variable. So 1 is a mem, 0 is woman. So if we see that is 0.8, it means that if you are a man, you are your sorry, if you're a woman, your probability of being this type of social entrepreneur is 20% lower.
Lower.
So it means that women will be more commercial than social ones.
Yeah. Thank
In
you.
the case of the last one, when you see 1.2, it means that women, they are 20% more probably as social initiative entrepreneurs compared to commercial ones.
All right then. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, sorry, but the voice was not very good.
Good. Good. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Anna. I think you have to explain one of those things, the very last data there, VIF. I think there is a threshold. I don't remember exactly what it is. It's probably 4. Okay, if it is more than 4, it means something. If it is less than 4, it means something else. So I think you need to at least make some comment about that. That talks about the validity of the data, the model you have applied is actually valid. So take a look into that. It's a very meaningful research that you have done. Well done. Congratulations and gracias. Okay.
Gracias.
We'll go to the next one, but I have the chance now to give it back to the original host.
Thank you. Thank you, professors. And thank you for your excellent presentation. It was informative and also you analyzed also nicely. Exciting comments given by Professor Dr. Hanan Chaudhary. I think he has given some suggestion also that may help you to develop your paper. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
And then our next presenter, Enrico Testi, who is the Executive Director of Done. Next one.
He said in the chat that he has to leave.
Okay. Okay then.
All right. All right.
Okay, you may leave. Thank you. And the next presenter is Khosrow Amir, who is the Assistant Professor, Changjiang Christian University. And he's going to talk about entrepreneurial orientation and the new entrepreneurs program university students for Taiwan. May I request to Mr. Khosrow Amir. Khosrow Amir, are you there? Okay, former NSC faculty?
No.
Okay, okay then.
No, I cannot see this. Okay.
Khosrow Amir, are you there?
Yeah. Okay,
Oh.
good afternoon. My name is Amit.
Okay.
I would like to present my papers. The paper title is Practice of Entrepreneurial Orientation Among University Students, the Role of New Entrepreneurs Program. This is my research title. So, okay.
You must.
Hello? It is okay?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the research purpose.
Can you turn on your camera, please?
Hello?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
They cannot see.
Yes, we cannot see.
You hear to me?
Yes. Right.
Hello?
We cannot see you.
They want to see their face.
Okay. You can open.
Switch it on, turn on your camera.
Okay, is it okay?
Now it's okay. We can see, we can see your slide. Carry on. Go ahead.
Okay. The research purpose, this study aims to investigate the impact of the New Entrepreneurs Program on the entrepreneurial orientation of university students from Changzhou Christian University and National Pingtung University of Science and Technology in Taiwan. The research seeks to understand how participants in the New Entrepreneur Program influence students' entrepreneurial mindset, skill acquisitions, and long-term career aspirations. So this, first of all, I would like to explain the New Entrepreneurs Program. This New Entrepreneurs Program is an innovative idea of social business, which is defined by Yunus Center. So the New Entrepreneurs Program objectives to focus on young generations to become entrepreneurs and to develop their future career as an entrepreneurs. So that's why we choose this New Entrepreneurs Program. And our research question, there are two research questions we choose. How does the New Entrepreneurs Program impact participants' entrepreneurial orientations? And number two question, what is the perception of the students about the New Entrepreneurs Program? We choose the qualitative methods, including the interview, observations, and focus group discussions. We choose the participants 76, but we selected 52 participants as our case study. And this thematic analysis, we identify key themes related to the students' experience and perception of the New Entrepreneurs Program. All students from local and international students who joined this program. So all are the graduate and undergraduate students of these two universities. What we finding? Our research, this finding contribute to the existing literatures on entrepreneurship education and social business initiative by providing empirical evidence of the impact of the New Entrepreneurs Program on students' entrepreneurial orientation. All participants reported that the New Entrepreneur Program acquiring their entrepreneurial skills, self-efficiency, and confidence in venturing into entrepreneurship, and they change their mindset that they are not job seekers. They will create a job after their graduation through the business. This is the main findings of our research. There are some limitations, include the relative. This is the small sample size because we focus only 2 universities because of the time and the financial related issues. That's why we choose only the small sample size. And this study was only, we focus on the Taiwanese university, which may impact the transferability of finding to other contexts. The contribution, this study has practical implication for policymakers and educators seeking to enhance entrepreneurship education program and promote sustainable entrepreneurship. This elucidating the mechanism through which the New Entrepreneur Program shapes students' entrepreneurial behavior. And this research aims to inform the design and implementation of future entrepreneurship education initiative, ultimately advancing the goal of social business and sustainable development. So now I would like to invite my co-author, Mr. Hossain, please brief something.
Okay, thank you so much. So as Dr. Amir mentioned that our program was conducted in 2 years, 2021 and 2022. into different universities, Changchun Christian University and National Pingtung University of Science and Technology. So as you can see here, this was the first year whereby we had different students. A lot of them were international students from Africa, from Dubai, Vietnam, Taiwanese students. And this year we collaborated with the Department of International Program for Sustainable Development and the College of Management, whereby we recruited the students. And some of students were the senior students. So most of the students were stressed. What are they going to do after graduation? So we initiated this program to give entrepreneurship knowledge to the students who are going to graduate, and also some junior students also joined. So this program, we organized a 2 weeks training with the students, whereby they learned classroom, but also we had some case studies in some businesses around Taiwan. And after the graduations, the students were able to present their business idea in the design lab. And when we evaluated them, most of them, they show positive perception toward their entrepreneurial orientation. And as you can see here, here are some of the students in the design lab who presented their business ideas, and there are some judges from Malaysia, from Taiwan, Dr. Amir from Bangladesh, and other judges. So students were able to present their business ideas and being evaluated. And some of the students who qualified were able to start businesses when they went back to their countries. This is for the case of Changchun Christian University. And here is the National Pingtung University of Science and Technology. We also organized the program in 2 years, 2021 and 2022. And for this National Pingtung University of Science and Technology, majority of the students were Taiwanese students, local students. And the students, actually most of them before the program, they did not have any idea about business and social business at all. But after the program, most of them were able to showcase their entrepreneurship skills, to present their business ideas, to come up with innovative solutions, looking at their surrounding environment and try to change the problems that they face into the opportunities, to see how they are going to turn those problems into employment opportunities and entrepreneurial solutions. So these programs at National Pingtung University of Science and Technology was under the collaboration of the Yunus Social Business Center at the National Pingtung University of Science and Technology. And actually, this program was so fruitful as the students showcased their entrepreneurship skills. So thank you so much.
So this is our presentation. So
thank
if you have
you.
any-
So Amin and Hussain, first of all, my comments. Sample size is too small.
Yeah.
And you haven't specified your method. As my method of collecting data. Sample size you have given sampling frame. 50 isn't it too small? And you collected your data from your place. And it took 2 years to collect your data. You collected total 52 sample. And one more observation, like from which nationalities male-female ratio should be mentioned. And how you analyze your data based on your findings. So based on your purpose, what is your findings? You haven't given any findings.
They gave it on the beginning.
Oh, I think so. Based on purpose, if I see the findings and purpose, it's a bit relevant. So that is my preliminary observation. May I request Dr. Hanan sir, if you wish to give some comments? Thank you. Yeah, we have been listening actually, Amir Khosrow and also Hussein, in regards to the, any program, the entrepreneurship programs, The way that you have done your focus group study, we having this small sample, that is fine, but the extracting the information from focus group or even with a qualitative method, nowadays people do use even the NVivo software, to even know what are the findings actually. So I think
Actually, actually, Professor, we also mentioned in our original papers, but in our presentation, actually, we just focus on the key points. If you read the kindly our papers, research papers, you will see that which software we used and focus group, everything we mentioned.
Mention on paper. Can you just talk about a bit about your methodology then?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was a
Okay,
slide. At the
okay,
beginning,
I
if
can
you
summarize.
actually presented findings
Okay,
very beginning,
okay,
findings
okay,
part,
okay.
explain
Okay,
findings
so
a little bit, explaining your findings part.
Okay, I can summarize some of the findings. Actually, we categorized our findings into parts. The first was the perception of the entrepreneurship, and the second one is entrepreneurial knowledge. So in entrepreneurial knowledge, we wanted to see if the students after the program were able to acquire the entrepreneurial skills.
Mr. Hussain.
And during and after the observation and focus group discussions, the students demonstrated that they have acquired the entrepreneurial skills necessary for them to start businesses. And another is,
and many students, we also mention our research paper that many students who already presented their business idea in the design lab and who was selected, the university given some money for to start their business in their home country, because we discussed before that most of the students they don't know how to start a business and they were frustrated what they will do after their graduations. But after getting the trainings, the most of the students they decided they will go back to their home country and they will start their own business. And some students who already started their business and now they are doing a very good way. So these findings also we mentioned in our research papers also.
And thank you so much. I think you have given a couple of suggestions that may help you to develop your paper in the future. Thank you so much for your presentation.
And not only that, we also submit this proposal to the Ministry of Government in Taiwan, and the Ministry of Government also accept this proposal, and they also appreciate this program not only to university, and they also encourage you should to promote this exploring this program around the Taiwan, because the new generation they need to change their mindset.
Session. Thank you so much, Mr. Amir and Hussain. And by this, we are closing our last session. Thank you once again. And thank you for your, and also the president also. So may I hand over the microphone to our executive director.
thank you so much.
Now, okay.
Please carry on.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants and distinguished guests, as we gather for the official closing session of the 11th Social Business Academia Conference, it is with a sense of fulfillment and gratitude that we acknowledge we have come to the end of our two-day workshop program. It has indeed been a journey of profound insights, fruitful discussions, and meaningful connections. Before we bid farewell, we would like to invite our distinguished distinguished speakers to share their closing remarks. Each of them has played a pivotal role in shaping the success of this conference, and we are deeply grateful for their contributions. First, please join me in welcoming to the stage Professor Kazuo Yamamoto, President of the Asian Institute of Technology, for his closing remarks.
Professor Muhammad Yunus, Chairman, Yunus Center. Professor Faiz Shah, Executive Director, Yunus Center AIT. Distinguished delegates to the 11th Social Business Academia Conference. Change makers, young academics, and esteemed participants. Good afternoon. It has been our great pleasure to host Professor Yunus' return to the Asian Institute of Technology after many years, and we have been proud to welcome so many participants from across the world to the special two-day conference at AIT. I'm pleased to see such dynamic discussions on social business research and practical application to solving so many humanities pressing problems. As pointed out by many experts gathered here, in a world threatened by inequality, economic disparities, and uneven access to some of the most basic necessities of life, Professor Yunus' social business solutions continue to raise hope and spark innovation. Since our establishment 64 years ago, the mission of Asian Institute of Technology has always been to advance technological change and sustainable development for people of the Asia-Pacific region. It takes pride in being among the first university in the world to host the Yunus Center, launched 2009. The Yunus Center at AIT, or YCA, as it is widely known, has bloomed into a credible repository of knowledge and experience in enterprise-led development. As an institute-wide outreach center, YCA works across our institute to demonstrate the power of market solution to develop challenges. As a result, YCA spearhead to academic programs, namely the Yunus Masters in Social Business and Entrepreneurship, the Professional Masters in ESG, and numerous projects that showcase the combined power at the house and a wide range of areas such as energy and power, water, smart agriculture, zero waste practices, and number of poverty reduction and student immersion programs. Allow me to close the 11th Social Business Academia Conference with a reflection for the future and thought for all for the change makers here today. With SBAC 11th convening over 30 international researchers, I'm delighted to know that many of our young academics have the opportunity to share their idea and ongoing contribution to their fields of study. I very much hope that during the first 2 days you were able to establish solid connections and build your networks with like-minded colleagues, as it is through knowledge sharing and collaboration that we can strengthen our mission and multiply our contribution to society. It is my sincere wish that all of you will continue on the path towards concrete action and the measurable impact of the betterment of our world. Once again, thank you everyone for coming to AIT. I wish you all a safe journey home and every success in the days ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Kazuo Yamamoto. Next, we would like to invite Professor Cam Donaldson, Professor of Health Economics at the Glasgow Caledonian University, Scotland, up on stage.
I have some slides that I prepared, so which will thank you, which will hopefully allow me to reflect on where we are with Social Business Academia Conference as a whole, where we've come from, where we are. We can get the slides up. Yeah, right. So as I said yesterday, the conference, of course, is about is based in around the ideas of Professor Yunus, but it's super interdisciplinary. So we have contributions from just about all areas of what we might call science, arts and humanities, social sciences, that funny little symbol in the middle there. Right through to people working in laboratories and engineers inventing things that they want to promulgate through a social business model. It really is an amazing conference in that respect, and also with respect to the scientific interfaces that actually creates. And I think Professor Yunus himself said, complimented us on that yesterday, but also, as well as that diversity, also with respect to the focus, the improved focus that we had on social business itself, or at least lessons for social business among some of the papers that were not necessarily about social business. This is where we've come from. You'll have heard people talking about this small meeting that took place in 2010 in Wolfsburg at the Volkswagen Conference Center. And at that time, we then decided, let's have a separate Academia Day alongside what was then the annual Social Business Summit. So at the consecutive meetings that we had in Vienna, that's what we did. And then at that point, we decided, let's have a conference. And we've sustained that conference ever since. Right through to Bangkok, we did it. Okay, like Professor Yamamoto, numbers are down today. But I think the overriding achievement of this conference is that we had it. And that, given the circumstances with respect to some of the challenges that are being faced by the social business movement, particularly in Bangladesh at the moment, I think is just an amazing achievement. And it's really to the credit of AIT, the Yunus Center here at AIT, Yunus Thailand, the wider social business and social business research community in Thailand and in the region, and obviously to the wider international community, to those groups in particular. But there are other thanks that I want to propose that we haven't necessarily done yet. I'm sure my co-chair, Abdul Hanan Chowdhury, who you will hear from, will likely repeat this, justifiably so. But Lamia, I think, like under your leadership, you've built an amazing social business, YSBC, Yunus Social Business Centre network, now over 100 centres around the globe. I think we're in a really strong position now to build on that with respect to various collaborative initiatives and ideas so that we can make the whole greater than the sum of the parts, so to speak. And I know that you do that with the support of these two amazing women, Zainab and Tanzina, in terms of they're the two that I end up interacting with most and keep me guided in terms of what I'm trying to do as co-chair of the scientific committee. So if we could have a round of applause for these two amazing women. And I know that you would probably want to credit your colleagues locally in that respect, but I think there's so many from the Yunus family here in Bangkok that I just don't know you all, but you've done an amazing job. So this is how we've kind of grown and innovated just as a conference, if you like, over the years. When we started, we wanted to be so inclusive. We had multiplicity of committees, but now I think we look like a regular conference. We have an organizing committee, we have a scientific committee, the latter of which I co-chair with Professor Hanan. We've innovated in all sorts of ways over the years. I think this particular conference has again been highly innovative, in-person, recorded presentations, and of course live presentations online. And again, that comes back to the necessity of how we had to do that, given the notice that was given to the AIT team in order to make this thing happen. And again, I just want to reiterate that it's remarkable achievement on behalf of you guys that it actually did happen. So thanks for that. We've grown over the years in terms of improved methods, improved disciplines, a wider range of methods, a wider range of disciplines. And of course, we have to keep evolving, I think, in that respect, because it's one of the things that makes this conference unique relative to some of the other conferences that some of us might go to, which are more focused on our particular disciplinary base. I don't think you should underestimate as an academic what you do for the movement. I think that became quite clear yesterday in one of Professor Yunus's addresses yesterday about how important he sees it, recognizing that a strong movement like the promotion, promulgation of social business relies on a strong research arm, and you are part of that. We are it, if you like, and it's something that I think whatever, say, small piece of research you're working on and challenges you're having at the time in terms of trying to undertake that research, you should recognize that you are part of very much a bigger and developing picture. We've sustained and grown in the ways that I've just outlined. I think there are good signs of academic quality coming through. I hope that then gets recognised with respect to the journal, which is now established. And as I said earlier, that having a strong field journal, I think, is really important, again, for this group, as well as the various other outlets that we're more used to. But that strong field journal, I think, will just be so important for SBAC going forward. I think one thing that's come out for me in terms of a new thing with respect in terms of going forward for us as a group of academics is to see more diversity at all points in the pipeline of academic progression. So what I mean by that is that we have a lot of diversity in terms of gender and ethnicity with respect to masters, PhD students, but then I think it maybe still tails off a bit as we get to the sort of leadership, sort of professorial type level. And the kind of thing I would like to see in 5 years' time, maybe sooner, is to see that diversity that's reflected at the beginning of the research career journey reflected more in the more advanced stages of it. We've seen lots of positive indicators of that here at this meeting, but it's just something that we need to continually, I think, keep an eye on and keep progressing. And finally, I just want to send our collective wishes, which I'm sure we all do, to Professor Yunus. I just think it's remarkable that he was even able to attend this meeting at all. So that's our second miracle. The first was having the meeting in the first place. But for him to attend yesterday, I just think was, well, I think Faiz put it perfectly earlier on, that it was such a boost for us, and hopefully it was a boost for Professor Yunus to see how he was received here in the country, but also by us as a group of academics supporting his work. So our inspiration, our torchbearer, and we'll carry that torch on to the next meeting, which hopefully will be in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Cam Donaldson. Now we would like to invite Professor Abdul Hanan Chowdhury, professor at the School of Business and Economics of North South University, Bangladesh, up on stage.
Good evening. Our esteemed guest for closing session, Professor Imamatul, the president of the Asian Institute of Technology. Thank you very much for your presence in the closing session of our conference. Professor Yunus just SMS me actually that we are continuing the session. He was very overwhelmed that we are running the show in absence of him. Thank you. Well, as we conclude this two-day Social Business Academic Conference, I am deeply inspired by the wealth of insights, ideas, and collaborations that have emerged from our discussions. We have investigated into the heart of social business research, exploring its current landscape and envisioning its future horizons. In reflecting on the future of the social business research, we recognize the immense potential it holds to address pressing social challenges, leverage technological innovations, and foster cross-section collaboration. The pathways ahead are rich with opportunities to drive positive change on a global scale. One of the key future directions for social business research lies in digital transformation and technological innovation. Embracing technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, and Internet of Things can revolutionize how we can tackle social issues, enhancing efficiency, scaling impact, and reaching undeserved populations more effectively. Moreover, as we confront the urgent realities of climate change and environmental sustainability, social businesses have a crucial role to play in promoting sustainable development and resilience. By exploring green business models, circular economy approaches, and nature-based solutions, we can mitigate climate risk, conserve ecosystems, and foster sustainable livelihoods. Inclusive growth and economic empowerment are also central to the future of social business research. By addressing inequalities and barriers to social mobility, we can create more equitable societies and empower marginalized groups to thrive. This includes women, youth, persons with disabilities, and ethnic minorities. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the importance of health equity and pandemic preparedness. Future research in this area could focus on innovative healthcare delivery models, digital health solutions, and community-based interventions and to strengthen health systems. and build resilience to future pandemics and health crises. Creating supporting ecosystems for social innovation is another critical and crucial aspect of future social business research. By examining the role of incubators, accelerators, impact investors, and regulatory frameworks, we can nurture social enterprises, foster collaboration, and scale impact across sectors and regions. Ethical AI and responsible technology adoption are paramount as social business increasingly leverage big data automation. By addressing ethical dilemmas and privacy concerns, we can ensure that technology serves the common good and upholds human rights. In embracing these future directions and engaging in interdisciplinary collaboration, we can advance knowledge, drive innovation, and catalyze positive social change on a global scale. Together, let us continue to push the boundaries of social business research and work towards a more equitable and sustainable and resilient future for all. I must thank at the end the team of AIT, social business team, those who have worked months after months to hold this conference here. Faisha, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your leaderships. We have been in touch for last 6 months, every now and then, to hold this conference at this venue. We are in debt to this university, particularly from Bangladesh. My gratitude to all of you that you all have given us enormous support to hold this conference. Professor Cam Donaldson has already mentioned in his presentation that, well, how did we actually started our journey of social business research and academia from 2010 Olsberg, and every single conference and social business summit and social business day, we were trying to integrate the academic and research part with the activities that we are doing across the world for social business. And we are very proud today that finally at AIT, it has actually proven that, well, we have progressed enormously. Our number of papers, countries participation, around 30 countries, they participated over here. And papers that we have got in different, track. This time I have observed that, well, in all aspect of the social problems, that in this conference we have seen that, well, academic people are no way behind in terms of taking those things in the academic discussions and also bringing into the research fund. And that is what is a good news for us, that, we academic people are trying to integrate everything that we are actually facing as a problem, social problem, or our problem in the community and in neighborhood. We see that, well, unique solutions and unique innovations and unique papers are coming out. And I'm sure that, well, in the upcoming journey of the social business academic group, particularly, this is a small, tiny group is now becoming big and bigger. And there are enormous support from the young youth researchers. And I'm sure that, well, we are going to be able to get far more, in terms of the quantity papers in the top journals in the upcoming few years. We have already reached, a social business paper dedicatedly published in Harvard Business Review and also the Lancet, and many other top journals have already been accepting and also publishing our paper in different domain. And I'm sure that, well, we are going to continue this strive for achieving excellence in research for social business in the upcoming journey. And with all this, I would say that, well, thank you very much, UniCenter team, those who have been working day and night, and also my colleagues from different institutions. Thank you for your support. And I'm sure that, well, we are going to work together as a part of the team. Thank you for your participation, dedication, and commitment to making a difference in the world. And at the end, safe travels. And until we meet again in the upcoming Social Business Research Summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Abdul Hanan Chowdhury. We would now like to invite Ms. Lamia Morshid, the Executive Director of the Yunus Center in Bangladesh, up on stage.
Thank you, Professor Kazuo Yamamoto. All our colleagues were here, the conference delegates. Thank you for being here. After months of anticipation, this program comes to an end, and we're just actually overwhelmed that we could hold it. People referred to the challenges that we faced. We were not sure when this program was postponed last November, whether we would have the possibility of holding the SBAC. We had these 44 papers that had been submitted, and we wanted very quickly for an opportunity to be able to present the papers. Dr. Faiz and AIT offered to host this, and it's been extremely important for us to make sure that, especially in the midst of the challenges ongoing, that the program does go ahead. And thank you very much, AIT, for hosting us. We're very touched and overwhelmed by this, very important for us. It's very fitting that it's here because AIT was a pioneer in creating one of the very first Yunus centers. If not the very first, I'm trying to think, because I think HEC Paris created the first Yunus chair, but I think you are, and we should establish this for sure. I think this is the first Yunus center because Professor Cam, you mentioned that GCU came the year after, right? The second. So I think you might actually be the first Yunus center outside of, and I'm saying this and I have to back this up, but so it's very fitting that on the 15th anniversary of your establishment, we are back here to have this conference at a very important time for the movement, at the very important time of the situation that we are facing in Bangladesh, and just to be here to celebrate and also to discuss what we came to discuss. Yunus Center AIT has been the pioneer, and we are very excited to see how it's grown, the work in Thailand and globally. That's what excites me, but also has excited Professor Yunus. There was a chance, even when we knew that he could come, there was still a chance he may not come. But yesterday when he was leaving, when Professor Faiz and I were at the airport, he said, I'm so thrilled that I came. I'm so thrilled at the quality of the presentations, the participation, the numbers. I think this might be the largest number attending an academia conference. We saw 235 from 23 countries. That's a very good number. We had many more people joining online. It was also live streamed. So we have a big audience. And he mentioned the quality of the deliberations. He said people going into a lot of details and depth of some of the topics, and then the diversity of the topics. So many new things coming in. I think we're very fascinated by the seaweed social business in the South, and all the actually research possibilities around that. People are talking about maintaining seaweed diaries and so on. So this is very exciting. I think that's something that not just energizes us, but everyone present because of the new directions that the movement and the academic movement is going. The other topics which come up every time and which we continue to discuss were things about funding, things about improving the quality of papers, methodology, building capacity around those, collaboration, which is a favorite topic of Professor Donaldson. A lot of these happen spontaneously through these meetings, but we were talking a little earlier together with Professor Faiz and also with Stephen about how we can make this more systematic. The collaboration, we talked about maybe having more online meetings of the 107 YSBCs, maybe have them be held regionally, because Zoom meetings, that you have to take into consideration the time differences, just to keep the exchanges alive, and if Professor Yunus can't travel, he can come into a Zoom meeting to greet everyone and also talk about one of the things about his participation in the conferences. He brings in the impulse of new things. This whole movement with sports and social business that came in through his association with the Olympics. He became the UN's zero waste, a special advisor on zero waste to the UN Secretary General. So there's a whole now topic about zero waste coming into the entire academia field as well. And the waste hero that Yunus Thailand and Yunus Center AIT have developed has got applicability for all of us, especially for education for kids as young as those going to kindergarten. And I think, those modules are so important for all of us. And then the 3-0 clubs, which is what he's really spent a lot of time thinking about it. He developed the entire methodology and wanted to be sure about the communication of that, is all about kids getting connecting their own lives and their education much earlier. I mean, it's not education is one stream and my real life is something separate. You become, you learn and you become aware of these issues and start acting from a very early age to impact on these things in your daily life. That's what it's about. So even someone as young as 12 can start taking actions towards zero net carbon emissions and zero waste and that whole thing. So Zero Clubs, 3 Zero Clubs has also come into a topic of our academia conference and our social business day and so on. So that was the other thing. Things like collaboration, certification, competitions, funding for competition. I mentioned the Waste Hero and the 3 Zero Clubs. This comes to, so we had 44 papers presented and accepted and 24 presented. Many of them came online. I think we'll see more and more that people will present online. So we have to have that capability at every conference because a lot of people are not wanting to travel because of the carbon footprint. They don't want to come. They want to be able to present remotely. So we keep that into account for our future meetings. And then Unicenter, this 107 centers in 39 countries. We are the connecting point, and they're the connecting point also to Professor Yunus. How do we make it easier for you to leverage their existence and presence? And whatever we can do, Zeenath and Tanzina, together with Unicenter, to facilitate your connections with them to make things meaningful. One of the things we discussed earlier with Dr. Faiz and with Dr. Soraya is about case study preparations, maybe of the social businesses that Grameen is implementing in Bangladesh. Not full-fledged case studies, but case leads, I think you call them, 10, maybe 15, and they become inputs for not just the conference, but also for the practitioners who want to learn these and not have to keep reinventing the wheel. And finally, let's see what else. Yeah, so we talked about those. And finally, to the next meeting, which is the Social Business Day in Manila. It's going to be held from the 27th to 29th of June in Manila. All of you are invited. We will have, as usual, one day dedicated to academia and the 3 Zero Club convention. That's on June 29th. It will be held at the Asia Pacific College in Manila. That'll be another meeting point for all of us. You please come to that, bring your friends, and we can continue. So it's very important to keep pushing forward with this, even in the midst of everything else we have to do. And I really thank all of you for your dedication and commitment to make that happen. And before I end, I'd like to thank Dr. Faiz and the entire Unicenter at AIT team. I had all your names on my phone. I've left my phone down there, but thank you very much for everything you've done behind the scenes. I want to thank Callum and the Thailand team for hosting. For hosting us. I want to thank our scientific committee, Professor Kam, Professor Hannan Chaudhry, Dr. Ashir Ahmed. Without your contribution and your review of the papers, this process would be lost. Dr. Faiz, we would be lost along the way. And then my team here, Unicenter, Zeenath and Tanzina, very tenacious, I have to say. They're always chasing up to make sure everyone's paying attention to what's going on in the network and always trying to get them. But my colleagues also, Aziz, Shabir, they're not here, Shihab, sorry, and Saidul and Nazneen from Grameen Communications who enabled the technology part. I would like to thank them as well. And also Ashir, who does the technology and who's also part of the advising on the papers. So thank you to all of you. And I think your name also was written, Inisa? What's your name?
Inzia.
Inisia. Thank you, Inisia, who's been patiently
Thank you so much.
and keeping us on our schedule for the last 2 days. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Lamia Morshed. And last but not least, we would like to invite Professor Faiz Shah, the Executive Director of the Unicenter here in AIT, up on stage.
At long last, we're ready to head back to our shopping destinations on the way home. But Professor Yamamoto, thank you for making time. We know you've just arrived back in Thailand, and it would have been so good to have this reunion between Professor Yamamoto and Professor Yunus, because the last time you met was almost 5 years ago. And he was actually looking forward to seeing you. And he especially mentioned that. But this comes also, this news, with something good, that the court in Bangladesh has extended Professor Yunus's freedom by another 30 days. And that's something to rejoice, although not completely. But his having to go back to Dhaka all the time to appear in what we all consider as a travesty is also part of life now. And we agreed yesterday that regardless of what Professor Yunus faces, and through him we face, this thing that he has begun and put 40 years of his life into must somehow be sustained. And so this small effort, I hope, is a vindication of that desire. And your being here, and especially, Sir President Yamamoto, your being here also reinforces the importance that AIT attaches to the agenda that social business presents, which is inclusive development and enterprise-led development. AIT, of course, is, as I often say, a development enterprise disguised as a university. So it fits particularly nicely with this. So with this breaking news, I thought we'd talk about thanking everyone. Now, everybody has their own way of thanking people. And as I often say with great pride, the way I thank my team is by showing everybody how good they are in the work that they do. So all of you here and Callum's team, who I also call my own, although sometimes Callum seems it's a bit of an intrusion into his team building, which he's done beautifully. But I also lay claim to some of that success. And so between Yunus Thailand and Yunus AIT, we've hopefully delivered what you expected to for us to deliver. And we will continue to do that to the best of our ability. And I hope you'll all come back, because next year is the 5th birthday of Yunus Thailand. And so hopefully there'll be another cake and another little party for you, and we'll have something for you in there. Now, coming to the papers themselves and the agenda that we had, which is objectives, methodologies, and well, hopefully priorities. I think some clear connections came through. We were able to highlight some of the existing work that we do through our cases from our various projects. But I'd like to step back and say that we have already been collaborating. 3 weeks ago, I was at Glasgow Caledonian trying to set up or not set up, but to participate in the expansion of a collaborative online international learning network. So it's a take on what we've collaborated on before through CSIN and others. Ashir is fundamental to the work that, do we have Dr. Tanawan here? Yeah, here she is. So what Tanawan is doing with expanding the Genki campus, which is a health profiling mechanism based on the algorithms developed in Kyushu University, and of which I think one of our latest publications was last month. There was also collaboration between our other universities, Al-Bukhari particularly, where now I proudly wear a second hat with Al-Bukhari, where we are now linking the Seaweed project into the grassroots community enterprise development work that Dr. Sraya is doing in Baling, and of course, Dr. Bashir. So there is a history of collaborations which have led us to here. But I think the thing that has come out most strongly in this particular conference is the need to consolidate and perhaps more and systemize it more. And some of the ideas that Dr. Homer, yourself were discussing this afternoon, and some of the ideas that I've had the occasion to be witness to, will consolidate that. One of the things that did come out is that this absolute necessity of being equipped for hybrid conversations. Not just because Professor Yunus's mobility is sometimes at risk, but also because that's the way of the world. That's how we've now acclimatized ourselves to learning. And fortunately, AIT was one of the early movers in this. We have smart classrooms since the early days of COVID. And we are now, please don't count this auditorium as that. We have smart classrooms, which some of you have seen, which are 21st century classrooms. And hopefully, as time goes on, our conferences will become much more attuned to the hybrid mode. Not only from the delivery point, but also from the reception point, because a lot of people feel that a conference is only a conference if it's people sitting in a room. And that's fortunately and happily is not the case anymore. So perhaps the next one we have in Manila and beyond will have as many people participating online, if not more, than people present in the room. So that's one way. We do have also this good news to share with everyone. Is that there is now a formal affiliation between our conference and a journal. Now that it's great news, but it also loads us down with assuring that the quality of the journal goes up by every time we publish it. So Dr. Riazul, he's here somewhere, yes, has a a difficult task to make sure that the peer review process, the quality assurance process of the journal is good. But then it's our job also as the conference to make sure that what we feed into the journal gets published also. So that's exciting, but at the same time, in a way, a bit daunting as well. The discussion we had this afternoon about multimedia cases and case leads is something that I've been very passionate about, and I'm so happy to see that it's now happening. One example that we had, our first volume, it's called Stories That Teach. It was published in 2019 with Petronas University in Malaysia, contains 20 case studies of the Harvard method that we ran. And we want to expand that now, but to a much more simplified way. So we don't do the entire Harvard level case because that's a months long activity. It takes a lot of rigor and iteration. But doing the case lead part, which is just the first bit of cases, and out of which cases expand and grow. So hopefully, again, we want to, when we get to Manila, we want to be able to showcase to you one working model of a collaborative case writing exercise, so that then we can expand it, build it, grow it, and improve it as we go into our next iteration of the Social Business Academia Conference. Now, we also want to make sure that these cases reflect and document some of these amazing stories that have gone on before and are continuing. If we don't document them now, a few years later, maybe there won't be those stories to tell, or people there to tell those stories in the way they actually unfurled. So I think this case lead project hopefully will showcase some of our new stories that are emerging in Thailand and Malaysia, in other countries, and also document the ones that have been not too distant past, but in the past. Hopefully that momentum will build. For instance, the Negros project, the Women's Credit Project, started 22 years ago, 30 years ago. And that story still has to be told. We know it. This room probably knows it. Some people in Negros knows it, but the world doesn't. So there are so many stories that need to be told. We need to get fast on that. Then we've got this conference also added this dimension of showcases or little side shows. And I was so happy to see that some of the showcases that we saw, whether it's the wheelchair project or the seaweed project or the Genki project, or so many of these little showcases that we had, actually resonated with the people that visited them. This is the power of the academic research-driven project, that you have it rigorous, you have it rooted in science. At the same time, you have it applicable to real life situations. So hopefully, as we grow, we will also have every conference after this showcasing actual living projects that will inspire other people to adapt and build from them. Bringing me now to the future of the SBAC. I think that was something that Professor Yunus mentioned before, and I thought since we don't have him here, I should reflect on that brief conversation that we had. I think the idea of creating, the future of the SBAC is a hybrid SBAC. The future of the SBAC is a more inclusive, more diverse, more layered SBAC. And that is only possible with the conditions that we have now of making more frequent interactions with each other. So Stephen and at the meeting this afternoon, we talked about doing perhaps more frequent online cycles of idea exchanges, of getting people to talk about interests that they share. So not having everybody talking about everything, but growing smaller seeds in different things that come together at an SBAC. So maybe a feeder arrangement that propels people to think first and then produce things that we all are excited about and talk about. So that's a great idea. So frequency, diversity of the groups, regionalization of dialogues, because say the Spanish speaking Latin American population might have exciting stuff that may not be as immediately relevant to guys out here in the Mekong region and so on. So that, and finally the build up to the face to face. So if we create a system of online interaction, local interaction, it will create a yearning to meet and share and talk. So it creates this desire to build bigger events less frequently, but more potently. And then, of course, I also wanted to talk about this thing about the demand for social business education. When we started our professional masters here, it was a brand new thing, but we had 60 applications. We only took a few. And why was that? Is because, of course, it was COVID, financial constraints. People were trying to hoard money because they didn't know where, their economies were going, etc. The application inquiries continue. We've just launched a new program, hopefully in Al-Bukhari, and we haven't started applications yet, but I do know that the demand for social business education will rise. When the demand for social business rises, the demand for content rises, the demand for instructional material rises, the demand for current research rises, and then the demand for differentiating the social business product, research product from just everybody else's publication also rises. So as we go into social business education, we need a much bigger canvas to fill with real knowledge content. So this again is something of a challenge to us, and maybe the steering and this regionalization, this diversification of topics will become perhaps one of the newer headaches for the chairs to see how to manage that. And finally, I think the future of the SBAC is the inclusion of students, more students. We've talked about this in our various conversations today. Our students are doing some excellent work. Like you've seen the RISC model, our graduate. You looked at the Genki model, came out of a student program. There are, I'm sure, numerous other stories out there that the students are working on, but we need to encourage and pull them into mainstream presentations through these events. Now, we can't bring truckloads of students to events like this, but doing a regional or a local or an online arrangement where competitions are being held, where multimedia cases are being presented, etc. It's all happening. I'm not saying it's not, but it probably needs to be brought into the mainstream so that creates this big feeder stream for the SBACs of the future. So that's how we will challenge and maybe push the boundaries. A lot can be said, and I'm always sort of inspired to look forward to the next SBAC. But I think we can perhaps in a way pat ourselves on the back that we did arrive, we made it to this place, and we were able to justify this through an excellent content creation of this. And we were also able to welcome some new partners, new friends, and the excellent side conversations that we were all able to have. I'm sure all of us had some great conversations on the side that we would like to push forward. So with that said, once again, thank you so much for all, for lasting through the conference. For me, it was exciting, and I'm sure it was for you, but perhaps some other people didn't think that. Maybe we need to keep them longer next time, add content and add some more activities, etc. And thank you once again to the chairs, both of you, for keeping this, momentum, to Lamia, friends at the UNIS Center in Dhaka, and all of us that are here. And thank you once again, sir, on behalf of the conference to the AIT management for being such a wonderful hosts and playing out such a wonderful welcome to all. So I feel proud, but also thankful at the same time. So we're back to you, Anzia, and thank you once again. Yes.
Thank you so much, Professor Faisha, and all distinguished speakers for your inspiring closing remarks. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we close the curtains on the 11th Social Business Academia Conference, let us carry forward the knowledge gained, the connections that we've made, and the inspiration ignited during this program in order to continue towards a future that is more equitable and sustainable. After all, it is through collective effort and unwavering commitment that we can truly make a difference in the world. And once again, on behalf of the organizing committee,
And if there's a microphone that we can provide to me, okay, to me. Yeah, I love to talk. All right, so this conference is being organized at Al Bukhari, and it's again a very interesting intersect theme where we are going to be looking at SDGs and how the 3 zeros intersect with the SDGs. Now we all know that the SDGs are kind of waning in their cycle, and there are concerns about how we are going to keep that thing alive and how the earth will be impacted after the SDGs have passed their sell-by date. But I think the 3 zeros are more timeless than that. They are more immediate and they're more doable. So this conference is going to talk a lot about how the SDG progress through the 3 zeros is going to be relevant. So this basically, as the theme says, requires a reimagining of SDGs through the 3 zeros lens. So if we are able to attend this, Professor Charles Hopkins, the next slide, please, if you don't mind, is the keynote here. Of course, he's a well-known man. You've probably heard of him. He's the UNESCO chair in education, reasonably sort of well-placed to speak on this. But we also have some other people in mind, some of them from this very conference returning, hopefully, to talk about their work that directly intersects, as I said, with the SDGs and 3 zeros theme. So please, we'll keep this here for a few minutes. There is a QR code. If you don't mind, take that QR code out and do register. We hope to see you either yourself in Alostar, which is, I mean, that it's a campus right out of a movie scene. You know, you have to go there to believe how beautiful Al Bukhari is. So do come. And also, if you're not, then hopefully we'll have online participation arrangements as well. So with that said, I think back to you, Nzia, and the photo is the next one, right? Am I supposed to announce that as well?
thank you. Thank you, Praksha. Just once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to all of you for your active participation and invaluable contributions. Your passion and dedication have been the backbone of the success of this conference. And with that, stay safe, and until we meet again, let's continue to be the change that we wish to see in the world. So thank you, take care, and yes, could we please gather for a group photo up front before we leave? Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Keep that one.
Yeah, that's a good picture to give.
वही picture तो रेखे दो सारे picture तो थागो
Like
Texting me, how is it going? So I picked this photo because it shows his actual move that day. Yeah. So, nobody can jail over it.
Can I give mine? You have to be the picture here. Come. I think, what about the youngsters being in the front, like we discussed before?
Yeah, for sure.
Are we ready?
Count us down.
We have two phones first.
Background.
Just.
Background.
The center phone, yeah.
This is the one that goes on Facebook.
Yeah. Also to Professor Yunus. Can we do one with the 3 zeros like this?
Yes.
Then-
One camera is there.
Like this.
Thank you. Thank you.
One more with him for the official.
I know. Okay. 30.
What?
Thank you.
Great job you have done, Ken.
Here's your phone. Thank you.
Leave it out.
Yes, yes, yes.
No, yeah, of course. Because I think that. আমাদেরকে দিয়ে গেছিল নোবেলের পরে তোরা অ্যাকচুয়ালি প্রোগ্রামে কাটাতে আমি ওখানে থাকা ছোট মেয়ে ভিডিও করতেছে তারপরে ব্যাগ থেকে বের করে ব্যাগ করে